while you're waiting, would you take out a blank piece of paper? And you can fold it into thirds and make a little name tent with your name and your grade level that you put. I've done this yesterday and I get busy and I don't, but I think I'm gonna have you guys do this. So your names and your grade level, just make a little tent. That would be awesome. And then if someone new comes to your table, would you give the same directions? We're teachers, we're good at giving directions. And then make sure you grab your notebook, your 2 picture books, and your book bag over at the table, if you haven't done so already. We have a bigger group today, so we might have more at your table unless your fire situation is causing some not to be able to come. So definitely my prayers are with all the families who are having to battle the fires in your area. What is that?
We tried once, for snowy, and it was.
Focus on it. I don't even have it.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
You are.
I'm glad you're here.
I'll let you know. I was trying to see if Josiah. If this mom wanted to go back as well, but. Okay, cool.
Great name. Love the unique names. I see that you all have your name tents, name and grade level. That's awesome. Thank you so much. If you know you've got a partner that's coming, you can actually do theirs for them. One thing they don't have to do if you know a partner that's coming that's just not here yet. I see that back here. That's awesome. Busy. Oh, I'm the tractor. Okay, there you go. We have about 5 more minutes. We'll start. Oh, no.
Maybe that's. Oh, no, we're not. Yeah, we're not. And so like how.
Use that table.
So. Yeah, yeah. We are. Yeah, true.
Thank you, that's okay.
We need. Do I need anything else?
We need 2 books over there.
Thank you. You're good.
Oh, we're not rushing. We haven't started yet, so you're good. You got 2 minutes.
She's going around hugging everyone. Good, good.
I'll leave you next.
Okay.
Well, hopefully you all are in the right place, knowing that we're gonna be focusing on narrative, reading and writing today. I think you guys are all here. Hopefully be very interactive and high engaging today as we introduce each other and introduce all of us to the genre of narrative writing. So I'm glad you guys are all here. We still have a few more people that are coming in. We'll wait just another minute before we start. Okay, there's another spot right here. There's an extra spot in the back. There's another spot up here too as well. Want to grab your. If someone is new to your group, please remind them to make a name tag for me, and if they don't have materials, kind of point them over in that direction. You want to get your notebook out and open to the first section of your notebook. We'll be spending our time in that first section in your notebook. You want to grab that and have that ready to go. Will be your first section. What follows in your notebook is the Lake Washington unit of study for your grade level. I'll talk about that too when we talk about our materials that you will have. You have thicker binders, but you should have all of them. I'm going to have you write all over these, but I just want you guys to know that these are on the website in the REN section, not here, ESD, make a note of this. All these handouts are in the REN section under the writing tab. So you'll see all of the units of study in there, the videos, any handouts that I give them will be in that section, right? In the REN, under REN, in the writing folder, correct? And then in the writing folder, Jason, is it by grade level or is it just everything in there? Is it by grade level band?
It's separated by these bands.
By grade level band, so. Yeah, K1, 2, 5, 6, 12, you'll go into there and then you can always print out the other unit. I know that they had you, have given you the unit that you're at. However, if you're brand new to this, you might not want to start with your grade level. You might want to go down and look at a grade level below in all of these, because sometimes the grade level below might be a little bit easier to start with than at your grade level. So that's just something you're going to want to look at. As you look at the units of study that are provided for you, they're a great resource. And you don't have to do every single lesson. I think that's the part that some teachers are kind of a barrier for those, is they go, this is too big, this is too much, I don't have this many days because there's so many other things that I need to do. So just know, like any other resource, I would look at that unit and look at those 20 lessons, look at those 25 and say, which are the top 10 that my kids need, rather than doing everything. So I think that's one thing you're going to all want to look at when you look at those units. I don't do every single lesson in that Lake Washington unit. I pick out the ones that I feel are the most important. I build in some other strategies as well. So just want you to know you need to be thoughtful in how you use that unit of study. Normally, when I introduce it to a new district, I like for you to go through each one, but time is the essence here. We don't always have a lot of time. So I just want you guys to be thinking about which top 10 lessons would be the best in that unit of study. Again, you don't have to do everything as well. Welcome, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Would you turn to your partner or to somebody at your table? You have to have a learning partner, so identify who your learning partner is. Hopefully, we've got, if it's an odd number, like you three, you're going to be all together. If you get someone else, then two. So introduce yourself to your partner and tell your partner one thing you're grateful for today. Either personal, professional, what's one thing you're grateful? We're going to start with gratefulness today. So introduce yourself and think of one thing you're really grateful for and share that with your partner.
And she all the way to Richmond. You don't have them before we get in there. That was nice. Just sometimes. I'm grateful for sleep. I'm so off.
Hopefully we'll start with kind of a little bit of gratitude this morning. I am grateful for being here today, getting here on time. I didn't know if I was going to make it because at the airport, I had a 5-hour delay. So in Spokane, which was very annoying because someone, by the way, just a little bit of a small moment here, a little seed of the watermelon. When we loaded onto the plane, guys, and a maintenance worker unplugged the wrong cord. And because he unplugged the wrong cord, it totally killed the airplane. So there's no way they could even use that airplane. So it was a real, it was a human error. Can you believe that, you guys? So they take us off and every hour there was an update. You'll be leaving at 3 o'clock. Now it's gonna be 5 o'clock. Okay, sorry guys, 6:30. Oh, 7 o'clock is when we're going to leave because now we have to wait for a plane from, so I was thinking, I'm not gonna make it. They're gonna cancel this last flight. So I kind of meandered in from Boise at about 10:30 last hour, the night before. So I thought for sure I was gonna make it, but I'm here. So I'm grateful that I'm here. I'm very sorry about the fires again. I've been in some situations like that in Spokane, Washington, where we've had to evacuate. So my heart goes out to all those families that are near those fires and who are losing animals and farmland. So that makes me very sad, but I am grateful that you're all here and that we get to spend the day together. It's gonna go by fast. I was surprised well, I need to ask you, did it go by fast yesterday? Okay, well, good. See, that's good. We have some repeats here today, and they said it went pretty fast. So we're going to do the same thing. Lots of high engagement, hopefully lots of ways to think through narrative writing. And if you look at my slide, narrative writing starts with the foundations of narrative with reading and comprehension. So today, guys, we're going to be really focusing on a lot of foundations of this kind of writing. What do we need to have in place before I start my narrative unit? And we'll talk about where that narrative unit should fall in your year-long plan. We'll talk about whether you've done that or not as a district or even as a grade level. But even if you haven't done it as a grade level, I'd like you to think about this for yourself. Do you have a plan on where your units of study go? We know based on standards, guys, that we need to have narrative writing, informative writing, and opinion writing. And for fourth grade and up, you have to do a literary essay. So really for our fourth grade teachers and up, fourth and fifth grade, you have an extra unit of study that you need to be thinking of, and that's that literary essay, which is that writing about reading. And it's more like an opinion, but it is called a literary essay. And in terms of standards, you'll start to see that popping up at fourth grade. So that's 4 units. So we really need to be thinking, where all this writing needs to go in my year-long plan. Welcome, guys. Glad you're here. So we'll talk about where that goes, but I'm going to get you again this whole year. Remember in the past, what we've been doing, we've been staying on 1 unit of study for the full whole year. Even though I know I need to teach those 3 or 4 units, I know each year that I come, every year it's going to be a focus on a new genre, so that every time I come, the next time in October and again in April, it will be a continuation of today. I want to focus on what you need to have at the beginning of the year in your reading time and also during your writing time that really is going to be helpful for your kids moving forward. So we're going to talk about that. I don't do narrative writing until the end of the year, the second half of the year, because narrative writing is one of those units that needs a lot of support based on reading skills. So if kids cannot retell, they're not going to be able to write a story. If kids don't know the structure of a narrative and know how to plan a narrative, they're not going to do well with the narrative. We're going to talk about that, really important. I think more so for this unit, there's a lot that needs to happen in instruction before you can ever say to them, now we need to plan a story, because now you know what a good story needs. Oftentimes we start right away because they like it, and then we get a lot of and then the end, and we get a lot of kids not knowing how to start their story. So they say, my name is Yolanda, and I hope you like my story about my trip to the mountains. Have you seen that? And a lot of and then, because they don't know how to use story connectors to get their story to move them, and then they talk about low-level vocabulary, precise language that we're not saying. There's a lot of things that I want you to think about in terms of your kids and what you're seeing that's driving you crazy as teachers in terms of their writing. 2nd through 5th grade, you've got to get them ready to be able to write that story, even though it's not tested. And here's the thing that really hurts my heart, you guys, is because most states leave out narrative as one of the genres that kids aren't tested on. We teachers tend to leave it out because we know they're being tested on informative or opinion. And so we spend the majority of our time on those 2 kinds of writing, and we leave out narrative. It hurts me, but it also hurts your kids because, number one, they're having to read a narrative on the computer adaptive part of your assessment. And narrative writing has a lot of really good skills. So, and it's a standard we need to teach. So even though it may not be tested, doesn't mean we don't need to teach it. So that's the part that's worries me, is we tend to leave out, many of us tend to leave out narrative writing just because we run out of time. And yet it's one of those that kids love, and it's pretty engaging, especially the way that we've set it up with some of the resources that we're doing. So I'm hoping that you have not left out narrative writing. Now, just FYI, there are two kinds of narrative, actually three kinds of narrative writing that you need to be thinking about. There's the personal narrative writing, there's imaginative or creative writing, and there's realistic fiction. So there's three kinds of narrative that I need to be aware of. Turn and talk to your partner and talk about what is the difference between those three: personal narrative, imaginative, creative narrative, realistic fiction. What's the difference? Talk to your partner real quick, and then we'll see if you guys are spot on with that. Personal narrative, creative.
Be like, it could even be a combination. Yeah. Yeah.
Would you turn to page 8 in your packet? Would you all turn to page 8 in your packet? This is going to give you a little bit more information. Page 8 in your first section of your notebook. This is a really nice handout. You might want to take a sticky note and kind of put on this. You know, this is definitely one of the things that one of my lessons, what I call interactive lesson, where I'm going to go over with kids the difference between the three, and I'm also going to choose a text so that I'll say, personal narrative, imaginative, nonfiction, realistic. Again, I'm going to have text here, so make a note that you're going to want to spend some time actually teaching your kids the difference between the three. It's a great way to annotate text with them. So to use this as an annotation, say, I want you to highlight some weighty words in each one that help you remember. And I'm going to use this strategy, weighty words, WEIGHTY, weighty words, where I have kids, when I give them a handout like this, take out a highlighter, and I want them to highlight weighty words that help them understand the content. So having them actually take a highlighter and highlight key words in each one of those columns is a lesson. So you might want to take a sticky note and put that on there. Good one to go over with them and say, let's see if we know the difference between the three. I start out pretty informally with personal narrative at the beginning of the year when they're up and running. And I'm not going to go over a lot of that because we've already done that in the past and during our foundations training. I know some of you are new to me today. Today, we're really going to be focusing on the realistic fiction. Okay. Well, and I'm going to do both because really imaginative. I'm not going to focus on personal narrative. I'm going to be doing some retelling of both a creative imaginative where the characters are like animals. And then we're going to also read a text where it's more realistic fiction. It didn't happen, but it could. It's real. Personal narrative is a true story. Let's just review really quick. Personal narrative is a true story, but remember, guys, it's small in terms of its time. I don't want kids to tell me about a whole day, because if they start giving me a story about the whole day, then it turns into an informative. I woke up that morning, I got breakfast, I went to school, I fell down, I got hurt, the teacher gave me some homework, and I went home. See, that's informative. But kids tend to see a personal narrative as that idea of these are the things that happened along the day, and really that's more informative. You just told me what happened along the day. You didn't zoom in and tell me something small. So I'm going to talk about the seed of the watermelon, not the whole watermelon. So in a personal narrative, you want them to zoom in and tell me something that that touched their heart in the middle of that day, something that made you mad, something that made you sad, something that made you happy, a lesson you learned during that day. So you're teaching them to zoom in to something that maybe only takes about 5 minutes. It doesn't even have to be that long. And then teaching them to go deep on that beginning, middle, and end. So that's gonna be really important. I tend to start out with that when they're doing journaling at the beginning of the year, because they can tell me stories about what they did, things, going to the doctor, getting hurt, going swimming. There's a lot of things during the summer that maybe they could write about in their journal. I don't ever really do a formal personal narrative at the beginning of the year. I got to get them up and going, and there's a lot of things I need to do at the beginning of the year, especially with foundations. Creative, imaginative, made up, animals are talking. It's all creative, imaginative, and then your realistic fiction is a story that has real characters, a real setting. Didn't happen, but it could. So there's the difference between the three. So we're going to really focus today on retelling of both a creative and a realistic fiction. The reason I'd like you guys to focus on realistic fiction at the intermediate level is because usually if they get a prompt, it's a realistic fiction prompt. I can't say that Oregon's going to go to that, but you never know because states change on a dime. Don't you? I mean, have you figured that out? Sometimes they'll say we're only going to do that, but then we change, or we're not going to do a full write, we're going to do a brief write. So every state changes from year to year on what the expectation is. Rumor had it that Oregon was going to go back to having a narrative be one of your prompts, but then I just heard that that's not the case. But who's to say? For Oregon, it's hard to know for Oregon. In the state of Washington, my kids have an option of all three. They get 2 of the 3, and they don't know which 2 they're going to get. So it's not. So I have to teach all 3 because kids might get that narrative. In the past, when we shortchanged the narrative writing, my students have come back and said, I got a narrative prompt. I didn't know how to do it. And what we're seeing is that kids are writing a narrative like an informative because the instruction has been so heavy on informative opinion that kids are now writing a story like an informative. Have you noticed that in your classroom? Yeah, pretty crazy. So today we're going to be focusing on more of the foundations of narrative writing, what needs to happen first before we get them to planning their own story. Key. As a teacher, I wanted to get right into the writing, and what I got was not what made me happy. So I realized I have to slow down to make sure that they have all those strategies they need for narrative writing before they move to informative writing, and they move to the others as well. All right, so let's keep moving. I'm going to introduce a tool here that I love. I showed yesterday. I can introduce myself in 2 different ways. I can do what I call a word splash with my kids, where kids bring a picture and then they word splash all the things about them around it. I could also use a circle charts, and I'll show you an example of a circle chart. But in narrative writing, I like to use the tool called a story grammar marker. Okay. And this is from Mind Wings Concept. I'm going to show you a page in just a minute. I love it because it's tactile and it's high engaging, and these little symbols mean something in a story. So this first part is the beginning of a story. This part is the middle of the story, and this is the end of the story. And I'm going to break it down. Just watch me now. We're going to take notes and actually break it down for you in a little bit. But this is a tool that I use to introduce myself, but it's also a tool that I use for retelling. Powerful, you guys. I've used this with my first graders all the way up to 6th grade. Character with a goal. Just listen right now as I go through it. We'll break it down in just a minute. Setting, the where and the when. The kickoff, ho-hum day until the kickoff, or the problem. How did the problem make me feel? Thoughts and feelings are really big in narrative writing. And because of the kickoff and the feeling, the character made a plan. This is called the kind of internal triangle that's really important, that helps kids with that message or the theme. Then we've got the middle of the story, event 1, event 2, event 3, event 4, event 5. Oh, stories have lots of events. Event 6, event 7, depending on how many events are in that story. Do you see that? Very visual, very tactile. Kids are moving. Then we've got the end of the story, We're gonna tie it all up. How did the story end? Now, I always thought this was the resolution, but it isn't. This is not the resolution. I just want kids to tell me, how does this story end? We're gonna tie it all up. How did the characters feel at the end? So now we get to see growth beginning to the end. And what was the message? Okay. I think we need to teach our kids, which we do this in reading, but in writing, they can't even write a story unless they know their character with a goal that has a message for the readers. And we just start having kids write, and it's what I call the crazy cycle. It's all over the place. They start writing about their dog, and all of a sudden a cat comes in, and then we change directions about the cat. But I think we have to do a better job with our kiddos to say, you have to have a character, not any old character, but a character with a goal. And what message or lesson is the story going to be about? Pretty high level. So writing isn't as easy as maybe we think or kids think. There's a lot of thinking that has to go in. Their planning of a story before they even begin writing. We'll talk about what that needs to look like when they're planning. Great tool. Now, not only does this have a teacher tool, but I'm not talking about it for them, but it's just such a great tool. It also includes little ones for kids. So kids now can manipulate this as they're writing to make sure they have all of their 8 components in their story. So not only does it have a teacher model, but it has little ones that kids get. And then the other thing that I like about this is it also has magnets. So when we're really working on retelling, I can put these on my board. And I can say, okay, who's our character with the goal at the beginning of the story? Of what's our setting, our where and our when. Okay, what was the kickoff? So now I can manipulate, kids can manipulate this on the whiteboard. And also what I love about this too is I can take these off with their Velcro, and I can give these to kids and say, now you come up and tell me what was the setting, the where and the when. So it's very interactive. Love it. Okay, so something to think about for your classroom. And if you're a grad school, maybe there's some funds. I even had, don't say I said this, but I have teachers have made their own. So taking a picture of this would be something they make their own. Just create a one that they do. The point is that there's 5 things I'm looking for at the beginning. Events, there's my number 6. Here's my number 7, ending, and here's my number 8. So now my kids have a checklist. Do I have 1? Check. Did I include 2? Check. Did I include 3, 4, 5? Yes, you have a great beginning. What about your events? Do you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? How many events do you have? And then 7, how did your story end? And 8, what were the feelings of your character? Did your character grow from the beginning to the end? And what was your lesson, the resolution? So down here is where we really do the resolution. Feelings and lesson. Okay, so this is just a nice, really tool. I have a handout that we're going to use that's connected to this. If you don't want to use this, I definitely have a template that is connected to this that I'm using with my kids all the way up into middle school. But I also use it to introduce myself at the beginning of the year. So they start to see the symbols. Character, Yolanda Westerberg. Where am I from? Setting. I live in Spokane, Washington, Liberty Lake, actually, kind of the east end of Spokane. Kickoff is just getting to be here. My kickoff is, gosh, being born of my life. I'm pretty happy that I'm on earth. What can I say about myself is I have a great husband, 6 grandchildren that I love dearly, 2 daughters. I have taught for over 40 years. You see, I'm just all the things about me. Married for 44 years in August. And then tying it all up, I'm here today with you to spend day 1 of narrative writing, and I'm really excited about that. Hoping that you walk away with some good strategies. So I can use this not only as a retell strategy, but also just to introduce myself. All right, turn and talk. What did you notice about how I use this? And give a yay for would be helpful for you and your kids when you're asking kids to retell a story. Turn and talk a little bit.
Yeah. There.
Just another FYI, when I'm assessing my kids on a retail, as you have a note page, one of the things you're gonna wanna do is assess kids on a retail. And oftentimes we don't do that at the upper grade. That's something that we see quite often with the little kiddos. But you're going to want to assess your kids on a retail. So you know what you need to teach and what you don't need to teach. After they've seen this, I really don't teach to this much, but I'll say, okay, who's the character of the story? I actually will have this in my hand while they're telling me to see what they have of the 8 things. But boy, assessing them and knowing what they can and cannot tell you about the story is going to be huge. So I'm going to recommend that you pre-assess your kids on a retail. Do that the week 1 of school. Now, what's going to be an issue here or a barrier is that you have to test them individually, orally, or you can give them a handout, but that's going to be hard because the handout hasn't been taught yet. So you're going to have to decide, how am I going to assess kids? I like to assess them orally, especially with fluency and a part of my fluency component. I like to see, well, what can they tell me about a retail? So I would say read a book for everyone and then bring them up during their independent work time and just start saying, give me a retail. We'll talk about the 8 things I'm going to be looking for. So it would be a really easy checklist, and we'll talk about what those 8 things are, and you could use it as an assessment for retailing to see what they give you. So assessing kids with a retail is key, because then it will tell you their hold and then what you need to teach for writing. If they can't give you events in chronological order, and they're not gonna be able to do that in a story that they're writing. If they miss out the kickoff, the problem, that's gonna be an issue as well. So we'll kind of go through each of these parts as well. Turn and talk. Tell your partner how you might assess your kids in narrative in your classroom. What might be a way that you could do that? Because I think that's key. Assessing kids to start. Turn and talk. How might you do that in your first week of school? Could you have somebody come in and help you? What could you do?
Where we're going. Here's what where I need to consolidate. No, I challenge some blanks. Yeah, I think there's some good.
Okay,
Yeah.
hopefully you have a plan. I'm going to give you a checklist too. We'll go through what the checklist looks like that's connected to the story grammar. But again, if you don't want to use the resource of the story grammar, you can, I have a handout that will walk kids through the 8 components that they need to have in their story. Here are the resources I think would be helpful for you. If you want to take a picture of that so you're not writing it, you can do that as well. It's up to you. The Talking, Drawing, Writing book is a book that I really shared with the K1 group yesterday. However, it's a book that I love for even the intermediate because it really focuses on getting kids to oral storytell first before they sketch, before they write. And sometimes at the 2-5, we tend to get them to write way too quickly. We need to get our kids to tell their story first. That's where you work in revision, because oftentimes when kids are telling a story, they'll actually stop themselves and say, wait, I got to go back because I forgot this part. It's really adding revision. And, you know, guys, writing starts with telling our story, and we oftentimes don't do that enough at the intermediate level. So we want to make sure that our kids are telling their story. And then we want to make sure that kids are sketching out their thinking before they actually start writing. And that's another thing that I didn't do well. I wanted to get right to the writing, and I ignored those two important steps before kids start to write their sentences and start to write their paragraphs, and actually not even a paragraph, but a story that has a beginning, a middle, and an end, a clear beginning, middle, and end. So this Talking, Drawing, Writing book is one I probably would even recommend for all you, because it gives some lessons, and it shows the importance of telling their story, and it shows the importance of sketching their story and teaching kids how to draw people, real life people, not stick figures, which our kids are still doing, and me too, because I'm not an artist, but now I know how to draw a person. So this book really does a good job of showing you how to draw a body in 7/10. 1/10 is the head, 3/7 is the body, 3/7 is the legs. Really shows you how to draw a person, because in this kind of writing, a stick figure tells me nothing about that character. A body, the size of the body, their hair, the color of their skin, everything about them physically tells us something about that character, the outside story of that character. And in narrative writing, we really have to hit on that outside story of that character and the inside story of that character. And that's hard for kids. So how do we do that? Well, we start with retelling and looking at characters in books that we read to them so they can see the outside story of that character and that inside. Inside is really inferred, you guys. There's a lot of clues, context clues to help us, but oftentimes when we're reading about a story where we're looking at the inside, it isn't necessarily right there on the page. So we're teaching kids how to use context clues from pictures. We're using context clues from words to help us really know the inside character, the inside of the character they're choosing. And that starts with reading first. So I want to make sure we're doing this. Right this way from the start. If you're new with me, this is a great resource because it has the first 15-day lessons that give you scripted lessons on what you might want to do on the first 15 days to get them up and going. That's kind of your September start, your launching. So that's a great book that has 15 days of lessons. There's a section for K2 and a section for intermediate. So in this book, it has a whole section for your primary and a whole section for your intermediate. If you're an intermediate teacher and you've seen this for the first time, I go back and look at some of those lessons in the primary section to see if maybe that's where you start, especially if you're second grade and maybe even third grade. Step Up to Writing. It's a book of resources. It is not a curriculum that goes page by page. It is an atlas. We're really working with a consultant, and I are trying to work with Step Up to Writing to try to get them to create some like little booklets that are specific to a skill or specific to a unit of study, because this big book is so big. I kind of feel like it's an atlas and it's overwhelming. And oftentimes when it's overwhelming and too big, what do we as teachers do?
Okay.
We close it and put it away. Some of you already done that. And I get a lot of too formulaic. Well, every writing that I know is formulaic. You have to start somewhere, right? But if you stop, then it becomes formulaic. But I'm telling you, Step Up to Writing is just awesome for multi-sensory. If it's very formulaic, it's because we as teachers have stopped teaching. We have to teach them to go beyond the green, yellow, and red, to go beyond the first, next, and last, to go beyond what oftentimes is in our initial training in Step Up to Writing. Usually, teachers don't get enough Step Up to Writing training. Do you agree with that? Those of you that have it have no clue what to do. Oh my heavens, there's some problems. We can't just have somebody come in and say, here's the book, here are the chapters, go. It's just not going to work that way. But in some of the districts I'm working with, we're really tearing that apart and then really looking at Step Up to Writing by genre. Their foundation section is by far the best I've seen in all of the core curriculums I have. They have a great sentence mastery section, a great annotating section, a great note-taking section. There are so many strategies in that book that I would not use. It's just fabulous, but we have to do a better job of helping pull those things out to show where they fit. But I'm going to use those. You're going to see lots of handouts that I think are really important. There's way more. If you don't have the new edition, you need to speak and get the 4th edition. The 5th edition is coming out. I wouldn't get the 5th edition. It's the same as the 4th, but now there's a little bit more money that they're wanting you to add to the 5th. We talked to them. They said there's not a whole lot of difference from the 4th to the 5th. So I recommend if you're going to get a new edition for Step Up that you get the 4th edition because it has the e-library, which means you can go in there, you can grab a handout, you can save it to your computer, you can actually manipulate it, meaning you can fill in some of it and then give some of it to students in terms of gradual release of responsibility. So the 4th edition is really good. Story grammar is mind-reading concepts, the Lake Washington Unit of Study, which you have in your notebook, and you need mentor text, you need picture books, high interest picture books that meet the needs of girls and boys. Okay, so take out a sticky note. I want you to think of your 5 most favorite picture books and write them on a sticky note, please. Let's do that right now. I want you to all think of 5, or as many as you can. You can only think of 3, that's okay. 5 picture books that are your favorite that you could use for retelling. Okay, ones that are your favorites that you know kids love. Think about in the past. Think of are there any picture books? You're going to, in this unit, want to have at least 5. High interest meets the needs of both girls and boys. So see if you can write down some picture books that are your favorite. If you're just relying on core curriculum, you guys, it's not enough because oftentimes those narratives in your core curriculum are not high interest. So this is where you're going to have to bring in some picture books for the high interest. Some of those core curriculum reading passages are too long and really boring, and kids are not engaged. So this is where I'm going to bring in picture books. Okay, 5 picture books. I would say start with 5. You have 2 today that I'm going to give you that are high interest. But I want you to think of some others that you have. And if you only have 1 that you know, and maybe you're not using them, this might be a new learning. I got to up my game in picture books because that's where, I just can get my kids right with me when I choose a great picture book. I use a picture book once a week during my writing time, not my reading time, but during my writing time. I have to do my core during reading time. I use my picture books to start with during my writing time. Okay, so what I'd like you to do, I'm not going to have you up and moving. In your group, once you have a minute, maybe another minute to think of your books. In your group, what I'd like you to do is each of you are going to share. So we're going to do a check and plus, meaning you're going to check if you have that same book, or plus you're going to add it if that would be a good book on your list. So we're going to share so that in your group, everyone has a list of at least 5 books for your grade level. So make sure you guys are thinking. So add more to the list. And if your team only comes up with 3 based on what you wrote, then you're gonna have to talk and come up with a couple more. I'd like 5 on your list. Ready? Go. See if you can get in your group 5 books that would be really good. Think of nursery rhymes. Think of fairy tales. They're really good to retell. Think of books that have really good lessons or messages. Oh, good one. Tacky the Penguin, my favorite. Oh my goodness, so good.
So the newest one. And so it's really nice. So it reaches right into the country. Really rich. Anything wrong with your There's a lesson.
Okay, another book, all the books by Dave Pilkey are really good, you guys. And it's not Dave, I thought it was Dave Pilkey, but it's really Dave Pilkey, but everybody still pronounces his name wrong. It's Dave Pilkey. He has some books that are, this one we're gonna walk through and read today, Dogzilla, but he has another one called Cat Kong, I think is the other one that he has. The reason I like these two is because he does a fabulous job of modeling story connectors, temporal words. Early that day, meanwhile, suddenly, immediately, later that day, where instead of kids are doing first and next and last, which are what we call informative transitions, we have to teach them there's a difference. We don't want first day, then day, next day, second day. Those are informative. We want temporal words, words that move the story along early that morning, later that day, meanwhile, suddenly the next day. Do you see what the difference? We have to teach them that your transitions are different. And I see lots of stories still with lots of holes. They're still using those first, next, and last transitions when, and I get it because I'll say, what was the first transition? What was the first event? What was the next event? Okay, what was the third event? So part of it's my fault because when they're retelling, I tend to use the first, next, and last kind of conversation talk instead of teaching them, well, what happened next? And then meanwhile, what was going on? So I have to, as a teacher, change my language so that they know there's a difference between transitions. Really key. He does a wonderful job. So I'll stop and go, oh my gosh, story connector, story transition, temporal word, immediately. What happened? Oh, then I let my kids use then once, and that's it. Okay, because they overuse then. And so if I'll say they're using then, and I'll say, you got to use something different, they'll go, and then. And I'll go, that's the same. So my rule, my non-negotiable is that kids can use then, but only what? Once when they're planning their events. And we'll talk about a really good way to help them see that they can only use then once. And I'll show you some things. You guys, narrative writing, the key to narrative writing first is retelling. And then the second thing is planning. Do you have a really good planning template that you guys make your kids use before they write? I think that's the missing ingredient. Totally. We're not making our kids plan out their story before they are write. Agree or disagree? Yes, agree. So we got a really upper game, guys. I'm going to show you some really good templates that I use as a retell template, but then they use it when they're planning their own story. So it's a really good one. I'm going to show you two different ways to plan a story. And I don't know that we'll get to all of it today, but in October, we'll finish and continue our work. I teach them two ways to plan their story. Why? Because choice. There are some kids in my room that like the storyboard, and there are some kids in my class that like the BME. So I like to teach both because the concepts are the same. The 8 things that they have to have are the same, whether it's a storyboard or whether it's a BME. It just depends on the student or kid like choice. So I could teach them both ways. And then I say, before you plan, remember, you either choose the storyboard or you choose the BME. So there's a choice. I'm going to show you both of those so that you can start to teach to both. I teach one, and then I teach another, and then I say, now you can choose between the two. So it's really kind of that instructional, really guided practice of the two different ways to plan. But planning is the key. Guys, I also have a list, so you might want a want list. You might want to have a want list somewhere where if there's something that I talk about that you don't have that I can send you, you're going to want to send me an email and say, hey, can you send me this? Most of the things that I have will be on the website, but if you find something that's not, you can email me and you can request, could you please send that to me? So that would be something else to think about. How many came up with 5? You guys have 5 books? I have a list of my favorites. So if you need more examples of books at the 2-5 level, email me and I'll send you my book list. Okay. I did send a book list with some of my favorites that you're going to be getting. You're not going to get all of them, but I think I gave Jennifer 5 books that I think you need to have, but you'll get a few along the way. So some of the books that are my favorites you're going to be getting. So we need to say thank you to them. So everyone say thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
And Jason will take on and say thank you to the people for all of these things that they're providing for you. All right, so let's talk about our objective today. Learner objective, make a little note. You need to be thinking about learning learner objectives for your kids. It's what you should be starting your lesson with and ending your lesson with. There are 2 ways that I do it. I either do it on the top, which is probably most of my teachers' favorite way of doing it, or we do the I can. There's some problems with the I can statement I'll talk about in a minute. Okay, so if you're doing T-star dash dot, the reason I like that is because it really mimics the color coding that I do with step approach writing. So they're seeing the symbols and they're seeing the color. That's why I like this up here. So let everybody write this so you can do it on your paper. Would you write the T, the star, the dash, and the dot on your paper? Because you're gonna want to take some notes with it. Everybody do that on a piece of paper. This is one way that I have my school put up their learner objective. So go ahead and write that. You can do it, and then you're going to color code them. So take your highlighters because you want to color code. The T is green, the yellow is the star, the dash is red or pink, and the dot is pink. And then I'm going to give you some notes to take as you look at this. My favorite way of doing it because again, it reinforces the color coding that I use with my kids with step up writing. Okay, now, as you write, I'll give you a second here to write those, because I'm going to have you make a note on what each one of those means. Might be a little bit different way of organizing. And if you're an I can kind of gal, it's okay, but I'm going to make you push your thinking a bit here. Because I'm going to ask you to do something different than just, buying the teacher pay teacher I can statements, because there's something more important here than oftentimes the I can statements that you're getting on a site. Okay. All right. So you've got T equals narrative writing. That's our topic. Make a note right beside it. The T is your topic. What are you focusing on? So that you guys, this does not change. I can keep this up for the whole week. The only thing that might change is the activity. So it's not a lot of work because it just stays up, and oftentimes it's just the activity that changes. Okay, then we've got our star. Besides star, write skills. And by the way, you guys, if you go to your standards, if you look at the verbs are your skills. So to identify, to define, to explore, to practice, to reflect, to write, those are all skills, and usually those are your verbs in your standards. Okay, so today we're going to be focusing on narrative writing. What are the skills that we're going to be focusing? You guys, this is so key. I want my kids to be able to articulate the skill and strategies for the day or the week, not so much the activity. Let's think about this. When you ask kids what they did for the day, what do they tell you usually? Nothing. I don't know. Or they go right to the activity. We read a book. We watched a movie. We played a game, right? They go right to the activity. They're missing the 2 most important things, I feel, in the objective. What skill are we working on today, guys? And what strategy is connected to that skill? To me, those are the 2 things. So the star is the skill. We're going to define narrative writing. We're going to explore narrative writing. We're going to write a sentence about our book. You see, depending on the skill. Now we'll go to the dash. The dash is the strategies you're going to teach them. So write strategies by the dash. This means you have to have a list of strategies. What strategy? Oh, the BME is a strategy. Oh, the storyboard is a strategy. Replacing said with a word. The ABC taxonomy is a strategy. A circle chart is a strategy. You see what we're doing here? We want kids to know if I'm working on planning a story, they need to tell me, well, what strategy am I going to use? I'm going to use the BME or the storyboard. You see, you want them to repeat back the skill and the strategy. The dot is the activity, the right activity by the dot. We're going to read a book. We're going to watch a video. We're going to play a game. You see the difference? So now they know we're working on narrative writing, but the two things that I want to make sure you know at the end of the week is what is the skill and what is the strategy. I don't really cover the activity. That's going to help us with the skill and the strategy. Really important. All right, turn and talk. What do you like about the organization of your learner objective? And what would be a barrier that would not allow you to do it, would cause you to not do it? Turn and talk about that. What do you like about that learner objective?
Everything. For everything. Yeah, and I like the topic is stillness. It's not. Our writing structure, the step writing structure, so. You know.
Okay, if I were you, I would maybe just start with reading and writing. I mean, this is a lot to start with until you get really, really good at this. Normally in the buildings that I'm working with, we just start with one and then try to get to two. In most schools who've been doing it year after year, I have 100% classrooms that are using it. In year one, not so much. Maybe 80% of my teachers are doing it. I still have those holdouts that just is too much work, don't want to do it, can't do it. You guys know, right? So, but now because it's a part of an expectation or in building, 100% of classrooms you go into, you'll see the green, that you'll see this because that's what they're using to help tell kids the why of what they're doing. We're really good at the how of reading and writing and the what we do, but we don't often tell the kids why. This is the why. It's the target for them. So not only is it good for me to keep me on board, but you guys, it's more for the kids, not for me. They need to know why they're doing it. They need to have a guide. So I always start, here's how I make it really relevant for them. It is my bell ringer, everyone. Here's our learning objective. And I always end my writing time with reviewing it. Hey guys, exit strategy. We're going to close up the learning loop. Let's review our learning objective. Did we meet it? Kind of, not at all. Really quick. But it's my exit strategy to close that learning loop, guys, so I can then go on to math or music or PE or lunch or whatever I need to do. So it is my bell ringer and my exit strategy. I start my lesson with it and I end my lesson with it. It's very reflective, you guys. I'm telling you, if you did this and your principal came and watched it, he'd be blown away. Woo! Bell to bell instruction. What are we going to do? Teach to what we're going to do, review what we just did. Now you're ready to go to math. See the difference? And we tend to leave out those really important components when we talk about our instructional framework. Look at the I can statement. If you're still an I can gal or guy, it's okay, but I'm going to ask you to think about this. This is our I can statement for today. I can identify, oh, there's my skill, and use strategies. There's too many to list here. Oh, there's my strategies to help me with planning a narrative piece of writing. So it's a little bit more than most of the generated ones that you can buy. Oftentimes, I want you to notice the difference. Oftentimes, it's this simple. My turn. I can retell a story. Your turn. Everyone together, ready, go. Okay, now way to compare it to this. My turn. I can retell a story by using the BM strategy. Your turn. What's the difference? Tell your partner. See, I'm testing at the end of the week on the strategy that's my focus. Is the difference? So guys, I sometimes will just put these on laminated cards because I know what they are, and I just laminate and put those up on my board. Sometimes this is just it. If you're an I can kind of gal or guy, does it matter which one you do? As long as you make sure that you're including the skill and strategies as much as possible. The activity kids get, but it's not the skill and strategy. So something to think about. Would you put that on your to-do list as one of the things, star it, that I need to think about? Because now it's the beginning of the year. I also, in your foundation notebook, by the way, I have the templates for the T, the star, the dash, and the dot that I laminate and put up on my board. So I don't even have to draw it, they're laminated. They're in the foundation notebook. So if you do not have the foundation notebook, you need to get onto the REN because there's a foundation notebook that has this in the active reading section of your notebook. So they're already there, templates are already there made for you. I just run them off on colored paper, laminate them, and I put little magnets on the back of them and I put them on my board. So you don't even have to do this. I have some teachers that have those and they just use those little symbols that they laminated so that they can move things around if they need to. So that's something else to think about as well. All right, let's go ahead and move on. So you know kind of what our focus is on today. I'd like you guys to go ahead, well, maybe just agenda real quick before we get into our packet. So today, our bell ringer, we're going to do that in just a minute. Getting organized, making sure you have all of the materials and resources. We're going to be focusing on narrative foundations today. We'll continue that in October and again in April. I have assessment tools for you that I'll give you, rubrics that will be beneficial to you, a lot of things that I'll give you that will be happy, that will help you with this kind of writing. And at the end, just making some plans on what you're going to do in the fall. There's our agenda for today. The next thing I'd like to do is to, if you haven't done this, would you put this on your to-do list? You need to create a year-long plan, either by your building wide or by your grade level. I just want you guys to know, I've talked about this in my foundations training, talked about it numerous times. If you're new to me, you can take a picture of this as well. I think it would be critical for your building to have a year-long plan so you all know what you're doing throughout the year. So then there's no way that you can miss a unit of study. So to me, it's important that you create one. And you guys in year one, for me, I did it for me. No one else in my building did it. Just me. And then I got my partners to do it so that we were at least aligned horizontally. And because it was so helpful, then we did grade level vertical. So you'll notice that it includes my September start launching. So it's going to be a little bit different maybe from 5 years ago. I really want September to just be strategy based. I'm not really even starting with any really specific unit of study. We're just going to start teaching them how to do 2-column notes, how to do a BME or storyboard, how to write a good sentence. It's really just strategy based in September, and maybe for you September and part of October or August and September, since some of you guys are starting in August. I want the first month of writing to be strategy based. Write that, you guys. First month of school, I'm only going to work on reading and writing strategies. Strategies that are going to help them in reading and strategies that are going to help them in writing. Make a note of that. The first month or so is all about strategy. Okay. And then I'm going to launch. Launch means, how does writing look like in my classroom? What materials are they going to need? Are they going to need a 3-ring binder? Are they going to need a composition notebook? What are they going to need? And what is writing going to look like for me? If you see up here, this is an example from a school in Montana that I worked with. They added in personal narrative at the beginning. Now I'm going to say it's changed. I don't know that I would start with personal narrative. I probably would do launching with a little bit of informal personal narrative, and I would move right to informative. And then opinion, and then you'll see at the end narrative. That's what I would recommend doing. But they, again, once you do it, you can decide. I just think you're launching, you could add a little bit of personal narrative and you could shorten that up at the 2nd through 5th grade. And I think you need to spend more time on informative opinion and on your narrative. That would be my suggestion. What does on demand mean? You might want to make a note of on demand. On demand means test practice. I'm going to have to stop and do a little bit of test practice because that's an state assessment coming up. I'm going to have to stop and teach a little bit of test taking strategies for them. So you're going to see that's added in starting at third grade, but even second grade to help third grade is going to start doing some testing with that. So that they kind of start getting the idea of what does an assessment performance task look like. It's long. How do I teach them to read through that performance task, what they need to do, what they might get. So that's where the on-demand is. So this is a good example. Also, you'll see there's some pre-assessments and post-assessments that I need to build in as well. This is a draft. They're not all the way done. All right, turn and talk. Talk to your partner about a year-long plan, what you've done or what you need to do and how helpful this might be for you at your grade level or for your building. Pretty powerful. Turn and talk real quick about a year-long plan.
I do agree that's a we're gonna ask, yeah, priorities. Testing. But I have already. So I'm kind of curious what's on the end of this second. That's what I'm starting.
But yeah.
Yeah. That's what this is.
Yeah.
We're assuming that second grade on demand is like an introduction to test taking.
Just adding again.
Yes.
They wouldn't do a whole
No,
thing,
yeah.
right, but they would go through the process of meetings.
Right, so all second grade just stuff are in the shape that they. It's sort of. Yeah. Last week, I did last week. Yeah, one page. But this is background, this is like this preschool. That's one exception. Especially, I end my year doing a really hard unit, and I just had to learn.
Yeah.
This.
All right, let's talk about time. So again, on your to-do list, you need to be thinking about, do I have my resources? So the first thing is your to-do list. T equals to-do list. When you think at the beginning of the year, you need to think of, gosh, what are the resources that I need? So we can take some notes here. Now I'm going to do what I call an informal outline. So this is called an informal outline. You guys probably started taking notes. I start now doing this all the time, even at home. You know, it's what I do when I'm taking notes. I either do an informal outline or 2-column notes. Again, But the informal outline is another really nice way for some kids because it's linear, it goes down the page. It's still the same color coding, still the same symbols, but instead of going from left to right, it's going down the page. So when we're color coding an informal outline, I still have my T equals to-do list. There's my topic. Okay, so remember we're using the traffic light colors. Green, yellow, red. Okay, so green, there's my go. My yellow, I'm going to slow down. Red, I'm going to stop. So I'm using the colors of the traffic light, and I'm going to tell you about the shift we need to make sure we're doing, because most of what I've been doing with you the last 2 years have been green, yellow, red with a blue. Narrative is purple. What color is narrative? It is not green, yellow, and red. So if you've not had a lot of good deep training in Step Up to Writing, what I'm finding when I go into classrooms that teachers are still using green, yellow, and red for narrative writing. It does not work. It's purple. Green, yellow, and red has a whole different system. So I always say, like, they're all writing, but they all play by different game. It's a different game for each one. And we're going to change the color. Now, if you haven't been using the color, you're going to have to so that they know the difference. Green, yellow, and red, informative, opinion, narrative, beginning, middle, and end, purple, purple, purple. We're using a different color. It plays by different rules. So be careful about that, you guys, because I'm still seeing teachers using green, yellow, and red for narrative, and it just does not work because the transitions are different. The structure is different. It's just different. We don't have a conclusion in narrative writing. We don't have an introduction in narrative writing. We have a beginning in narrative writing, and we have a good ending in narrative writing. We do not have a conclusion. So we also have to change our language on what we are expecting of our kids as well. So still the same colors, but now we're looking at, okay, resources. So here we go with our resources. We need to make sure that one thing that we're doing is that we have resources, and really a big one in here is your picture books. You've got to have your picture books that you're using for retail. So picture books, huge. And it's going to be used for retelling to begin with, but also just standing on the shoulders of those authors to see how they organize a narrative. So we've got to make sure we're using that. Can you use your core curriculum, you guys? Yes or no? Yes, you can, but what's the criteria? High interest, right? High interest, or they're not going to be able to comprehend, thus not be able to take what the good things that author does and move it into their own writing. So we want to make sure that we're doing our resources. Another thing is we need to be thinking of our learner objective. Okay, with a focus on skills and strategies. Remember, you guys, that strategy, here's why this isn't hard. The only thing that I need to change most of the time during the week or even the month is the activity. Usually the skills are going to stay the same and the strategies for a while are going to stay the same. I'm going to stay on the BME for a whole week, if not two, especially if you're a 4-day week school. So you guys, it isn't hard to do the T, the star, the dash, and the dot. That's really not as hard as maybe we're making it sometimes, because really it's only the dot that you have to change. Today we're going to read a book. Watch a video. Oh, the next day we're going to play a game. So that's really what changes here, not so much the T and the star and the dash. So that's something else to think about. There's your yellow, guys. There's your yellow. And then remember our dash follows. So you can see dash and dot. So you can kind of do the color coding as well. Okay. All right, let's see, what was I going to, we're going to talk about time. So the next thing I want you to think about, well, let's talk about year-long plan. So I want you to put this on your to-do list. So a year-long plan is your next thing. And for me, I think it needs to be a K-5, a whole building. Agree or disagree? But if you can't get everybody to do it, then what's your priority? You or your grade level, right? You or your grade level. So start it, because remember, you guys, when I started to do this whole work, it was just me, and then it was my partner, and then it was another grade level, and then it became building. Can you imagine how powerful this would be for your kids if we were all playing the same game, you guys? The reason they don't continue to get better is because there's too many holes in our instruction. Everybody's playing the same game. We're not even using the same language, right? So really important to do that year-long plan as well. Now, the other thing I want you to talk about that's going to be really important before we go any further is time for writing instruction. Okay, so now I want you to talk and tell your partner, what does writing look like in your classroom? Meaning, what does it look like and how much time are you doing writing in your week? So turn and talk. What does writing look like for you in your classroom right now?
Do both of you and do writing? Writing looks like this. And I think it's. Right.
Okay, Isaac here. I'm going to suggest, again, pie in the sky. My kids can go for an hour. I have my first graders can go for an hour, by the way, based on how I structure it. So some teachers are going an hour for first grade, yes, because in that hour they're doing a lot of things in that hour. So it may seem like it's writing for an hour and that's too long for first graders, but because of how I do it and set it up, and there's a lot of movement and engagement, my first graders can go for a whole hour once they know what writing looks like in my classroom. So for me to say not an hour for our intermediate, I don't know how you can teach everything that you need to teach less than an hour. Now that's me. So I'm going to do whatever I can do to manipulate and move my time around to try to get a minimum of 45 minutes to an hour for writing, especially at 3rd through 5th grade. Now at K2, start with 30 minutes. Now remember at kindergarten, lesson 1 might be 5 minutes. So you're building stamina, writing stamina. And our kids, where is stamina with your kids? How long can your kids write really before they give up, before they don't want to do it anymore? Tell your partner, how about how long are you seeing? Okay, so how many said around 5 minutes? Holy smokes, 5 minutes? I'm done. Remember, when my kids say I'm done, I tell them that means you've only just begun. Writing is writing until the whole time. You cannot go play a game or read a book. You have to write the whole time. Just like math, you don't get to play, you don't get to stop and read a book. You are doing math from 9 o'clock to 9:45. Same with writing. You are writing the whole time. You cannot stop after if you think you're done after 5 minutes. I'm going to give them a menu of things they can do, but they're writing for the whole time writing here. So you guys don't have to say, I only need writing for 5 minutes. If it's 5 minutes, you guys, if it's 15 or under, that means your kids are needing help with stamina. They're not able to stick with it. So what are we doing to help them build stamina so they can write for the whole 45 minutes? And here's the key, you guys. If you're saying write for 45 minutes and you're not giving them anything in between to guide them, then their stamina is going to be what? 5 minutes. So we have to make sure in that hour that it's engaging, that there's a system on how I do it. My kids, if I'm doing my mini lesson, that's 15 minutes of the 45. I have to teach it first before they do it. And then I have to teach them the strategies and what to use. My kids can go 45 minutes. So I want you guys to be shooting for that. At the beginning of the year, it might not be 45, it might be 30, but if you guys don't say 45, what's going to happen at that time? Going to get eaten up by what? Other things, right? So you be careful. So I'm saying 45 minutes. Now here's my example of what I would recommend. I'm going to say 10 minutes. You guys, some of you are going to die here, of handwriting practice. This is where I'm going to put it at the beginning of my writing time because I'm having a hard time getting that in, especially at the intermediate level. Some of you guys are not even probably teaching handwriting, maybe. Ooh, you need to, because our kids are needing practice at the intermediate level. We can't just leave that dog to the primary. We have to continue to add in time with handwriting for our kids. And some of you are going to go, well, they type everything. No, they don't. Not everything. And they need to learn how to write. So we have to give them 10 minutes of handwriting time. So however, guys, you want to do that. This is the handout. I like to take, for my handwriting, whatever they're learning in their phonics is what they're practicing in their writing. So it's really a lot of sense dictation. Yes, Gwen.
Coming from SPED, one of the things I've noticed is kids do not know how to form their letters properly. So if they're going into cursive, they can't do any of the cursive because their letters are all backwards. So do not hand them sheets of paper. Instead, teach them again and go around and watch them. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but that I'm very adamant.
Oh, well, I can tell that you are adamant about that, but it's true, you guys. Our kids are struggling with their handwriting all the way to high school because we quit teaching it after primary, for the most part. I'm going to say handwriting. I'm saying printing. Sorry, I said handwriting, but I'm saying we need to teach them how to do the printing, but I also believe we need to teach them how to do cursive. Now, you guys are going to have to reconcile that. What am I going to use for that? Does my core curriculum add that? What can I use to teach them cursive, Danielian, whatever it is that you guys are using, we have to up our game with cursive. Kids cannot make as many errors when they're doing cursive than they can when they're printing, because there's no way that kids can capitalize a small letter when they're doing cursive. And we have lots of errors of kids capitalizing letters in the middle of words. And every time they do that, that's an error. And I know we're going to computer and all that, but kids are still making errors and they're not typing everything during the day. So we have to teach them handwriting and we have to teach them cursive. Cursive is an art form, but I'm just telling most kids, it's easier for them to do this idea of flowing, especially for our struggling readers and writers, than the stop and the start. And then, Quinn, you're right. They don't know to start from the top to the bottom. So the sticks and the circle, I mean, all the things we need to teach them. And then they're a D and a B, a capital R. The K's, oh my heavens, kids don't know the difference between a capital K and a small k. So really important to tell your partner what your feeling is about cursive. And can you add that maybe to your writing instruction? Turn and talk real quick. Okay, guys, here's the other. I'm going to, again, for some of you that I'm going to be doing some more in-building work with, we're going to review this again, but here's how I can stick to my 45 minutes to an hour. If I have 10 minutes of handwriting practice, 5 to 10, you guys can modify this. I'm saying I'm doing 5 to 10 minutes of handwriting practice at the beginning of writing. I'm going to use about 10 to 15 minutes of my mini lesson where it's short and sweet. Today, we're going to work on the beginning of a narrative. Today, we're going to work on planning a story. Today, we're going to work on writing a sentence about our reading. Today, we're going to describe our character. Do you see? It's very short and sweet. I'm going to show them, I'm going to give them the strategy, and then I'm going to say, off you go. Then they're going to spend 20 to 30 minutes writing in their composition notebook or on their template or whatever they're doing. The students are then independently writing and doing the work. Now, during this time, this is when the teacher confers with the kids. So I'm not teaching anything, I'm conferring. Okay, so this is where I am now conferring with kids while they're writing. And I'm choosing about 5 kids every day to go to and say, hey, let's look at what you're doing and what's your goals? And I'm conferring. And I'm giving them what I call a PEC. That's my strategy when I confer with kids. So in narrative writing, I'm going to do a strategy called PEC, P-E-C. What does P-E-C stand for? P stands for, I'm going to praise them for something they're doing well. I'm going to praise them first. John, I love the way that you use the BME to plan your story. I especially love that you already have your message in mind. Good job. Okay. It's a, because if we start telling them what they're doing wrong, guess what? They hate writing. Okay, then I'm going to encourage them to do something. So E stands to encourage them to give you more, encourage them to add more. So encourage is all about revision. Encourage them. Johnny, I love how you have a great character, but could you give me a little bit more about the inside story of that character? Do you see I'm encouraging them? And then I'm going to end with a correction, something that maybe they're doing wrong, and not circling it with red, by the way. I'm going to tell them, hey, I wonder if you can, this correction is usually a question that I pose. It doesn't say you're not doing it. I don't say you're not doing it right. I don't circle with the red. I usually ask them a question. All right. So that's how I confer. I choose about 4 or 5 kids every day, different 4 or 5 kids every day. So in narrative writing, I'm looking for narrative strategies and skills. I'm conferring with those 5. The next day I choose another 5. The next day I choose another 5 or 3 or however until I get through all my 20-some kids, and then I start again. Okay, that's how I'm going to confer. Turn and talk. What do you like about the PEC strategy? Turn and talk, because I think that's really a good one for when you're conferring with kids.
If the kids used to this.
Okay, bell ringer time. Hopefully you guys can start thinking about conferring, and if you have any questions, let me know at break time. I would be more than happy to show you how I do that. Usually my PEC I'm usually doing that with their composition notebook initially as they're writing in their composition notebook. We'll talk about, gosh, every student needs to have a composition notebook. So put that on your I need to get for the beginning of the year. Every student needs to have a composition notebook, and the composition notebook is going to help kids with the skill of pre-writing. Okay, it's not just a diary, it's actually pre-writing about whatever unit I'm studying on. So composition notebook is something that you're going to need. I could be providing that for you guys, just so you can see how we set that up. Everyone else needs to make sure that you have a composition notebook for kids. You're also going to need like a 3-ring binder for kids to keep their writing in. So 2 non-negotiables for me for setting them up at the beginning of the year. They have to have a 3-ring binder that has the writing process tabs, and they have to have a composition notebook. That's how I'm going to make sure my kids are ready for writing. 3-ring binder that has sections for the writing process and a composition notebook. 2 things that I want my kids to have for writing. Okay, so for writing workshop. All right, let's take out a piece of paper. Here's our bell ringer. You're going to fold it in half. We're going to do a T-chart. So another thinking chart. This is in half. You're going to make a T-chart where you go across the top and with your pencil and down the crease. This is a T-chart. What's it called, everyone? Nice job. T-chart. Okay, I'm going to put my T equals on the top. You're going to write T equals narrative writing on the top. T equals narrative writing on the top. You're going to have, in a T-chart, you're going to have 2 categories, okay? One category on the left is a star. What's working? There's your plus. And on the other side is another star with the minus. What are students struggling with? So the student struggles is what I'm going to write. Okay, so narrative writing, we're thinking, now we're gonna zoom into last year. And we've got T equals narrative on the top, on the left, on the left side, we have T, a star, what's working, and then on the other side, we have another star, students struggled. You're gonna put dashes and skip a line, give me 3 dashes on each side, skip a line on each side, please. Because you're gonna now kind of do like what I call a little bit of quick sketching or quick writing. Okay, now what I'd like you to do, those are pink. So highlight those dashes pink, your stars are yellow. You can go ahead and highlight that. We've got the color coding, practicing the color coding. So we've got green for narrative writing, yellow for the 2 categories, and then underneath you're gonna have 3 dashes. Those are pink, so you've got your color coding system all in place. Okay, what I'd like you to do is now give me 3 things from last year. What did kids do well when we were focusing on narrative writing? What were 3 big jobs? What did they do well on? Okay, so start on the positive, not the negative. Sometimes we as teachers, we always talk about what they can't do. What did they do well? Give me 3 on the left side. Things they loved, things they did well at. And then you're gonna go to the right side and tell me what things did they struggle with. Instruction. What did you notice they did over and over again in their narrative writing? So give me 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Hey guys, if the time's not up, you have to give me more than 3. Because remember, we're writing until I say stop. So I'm minimum of 3, but keep going. 3 things they did well, and then 3 things that they struggled with. Skip a line in between each of your dashes, please, because I'm going to have you do something in between each one. Okay, hopefully you have your three things that they're struggling with and 3 things that they're doing well in. Okay, and you're kind of probably still working on that for another minute. When you share with your partner, I'm going to ask you to do some partnering, and I'll tell you what I'm going to have you do in just a minute with the right side of your T chart. So everybody go to your right side if you haven't yet. Okay, so what I'm going to have you do now, once you're done, is you're going to share with your partner. So learning partners is another thing you need to have in place. Your kids need to have somebody to talk to, and you need to assign those. You need to have your kids have someone that they know that they're going to go to get feedback from, to reflect with. They have to have someone that they know is their partner for that month or for that 2 weeks, however way you want to do it. But they also, you actually have to give the listener a job. You have to tell the listener when you're listening to your partner, you have a job, because otherwise kids don't listen well, right? They're not very good listeners. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. When you share with your partner one of your struggles, your partner has to give you a suggestion. That's going to be the dot. And I'm going to do this exactly with kids too. You're going to share with your partner what you're struggling with. Your partner has to try to give you a suggestion. Okay. So when you share, your dot is what can I do if they're struggling with story transition? So here's an example. My kids are still struggling with story transitions, what I call story connectors. They still want to go back and use those informative transitions. So what's a suggestion that I would give me? Oh my gosh, well, I probably need to give them a bookmark that has, well, first of all, I have to teach to it. But then I also, if they're struggling with transitions, I need to give them a bookmark so they have some suggestions on how to use it rather than first, next, and last, right? That's the strategy. So do you see what you're doing here when you're looking on the right side? All right, turn and talk with each of your three. Your partner has to give you a strategy or come talk together about a strategy. Go. You guys have to go.
One suggestion is teaching them how to, I know we had an emotions on the internet. Teaching them how to use dictation. Students, specific students that need accommodations for their formalized and writing. So writing first. It's also very big. I don't know, right, so education to, we're not. Yeah, and see their story flash out. I've gotten much better progress as a student. Right. And stuff or like. I am tough. And then we have like 2,000. Work through it and you're able to. Yeah. Language. They're very structured. Yeah, I agree with you. So use technology. Just right. Let's put them in front of the computer. It is.
Yeah, I'm going to give you one. Hopefully everybody has a suggestion on at least one of your drafts.
Your handwriting working, trying to do your phonics or your words or candidates. Still think there's a lot here. It's not a basic sentence structure. It's paragraphs. Yeah. I use this for writing. Yeah. If they were writing in every line, well, they would have enough for that structure. You know what I mean? That's why I do too. Because you're you know, or if you're trying to get the grades, you're right. It's they would understand the grade. It's 3 to 4 songs.
Okay, guys, good talking. You can still do walk and talk, but I'd like you to get up and go do a 10-minute break. Already 10 o'clock, you guys. We have lunch 11:30. Oh my goodness, the day's going by way too fast. Up and walk and talk for 10 minutes. So, or break.
Oh, for a break.
Yeah, this is a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Walk and talk, great break. 10-minute break. Come back at 10:15.
The other thing.
10:15.
Still you teach them. If you say, I don't want you to go beyond.
It's
this, you have to-
certain
it
No,
involves
I-
with them in writing.
And or you
Yeah.
and your kids.
Oh, well, here, quiet. Perfect.
Yeah. And yeah, they were in Alabama. Mom, they stayed for another 2 years after camp with her, and then she flew them back. We had a week with her, and then we went to California, and I go to Boston next week. It's very sudden. So all of us are taking a week to go help her. Yeah. So I'll go to Boston on Monday. The boys will be at YMCA horse theme camp next week. And then I'm gonna pop down to DC and see some of our friendly people who had babies. I haven't even met them because we moved and then it was COVID. We moved here in 2018. No, and actually technically we didn't even settle in here until March of 2020. We bought our house in 2019, but we were living in it. We thought we were settled in Boise before he interviewed at Guitar East. We really didn't meet when they started school at the beginning of 2020, that fall. It's really when we first started feeling we lived here. They mortgage on a house in Boise, and we have to go get into our house because this whole thing's about to, and it did. Our yard looks fabulous because of that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and
We bought
we had just sold a condo in DC. Oh, yeah. It very easily. And somebody would probably put it in for. I mean, that's the thing too, is there's been like 3 houses around us sitting because they're ridiculous. And no, I know, just being in all these big cities. Yes.
While you're waiting for another minute here, would you go into your packet, page 1, and find your circle chart, please? We're going to work on a lesson that I'm going to do with my kids called the circle chart.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So page 1, we're working on our circle chart. The circle chart is the strategy for the skill of defining. So this is one of the very first charts I'm going to use with my kiddos. I'm going to review with you guys. I know if you've had me before, we've done circle charts in a lot of different ways. This is one of the lessons I'm going to do with kids because I want to focus on prior knowledge, and I want to focus on kind of building some background knowledge before we actually start the unit. So this is one of my first lessons that I'm going to do with kids, because it's going to give me some insight on what they know, and also I'm going to kind of build the ship a little bit before we begin. So this circle chart is the strategy. What's the strategy, everyone? And what's the skill? Defining. Now, guys, defining means to identify. So another word that I could use is to identify. Another word I could use for defining is to list my thinking, but it's also a place for me to brainstorm my thinking. So I'm defining a topic, a concept, but this is a really good one to start with. This is what I'm going to use for my kids when they're brainstorming initially their topic of what they're going to be writing about. Kind of like step 1. Let's just brainstorm everything that we know about my story. And then I'm going to have you organize your brainstorm. And then we're going to take notes. And then we're going to plan. So again, I'm going to teach them to go through the writing process. This is really step 1 of the writing process. So just brainstorm what you know about a topic. Now, you're going to see some examples where the line isn't here. So I've changed this a little bit, you guys, because normally when I first started to train this in foundations, about 4 years ago, I didn't divide this. And now, because research is really emphasizing prior knowledge and building background knowledge for kids, for reading and for writing, I've now changed this because I know I need to get my kids to think about the topic, to show them a video about the topic, to draw the character, because I always teach them how to draw the character before we even write. So there's some things I need to do before we even begin writing. So this is why I'm dividing it. So we're going to still have our green be narrative writing. So take your green and highlight this green. We haven't really started purple yet. I'll show you what purple will look like in just a bit. So we're focusing on narrative writing. We're going to be in this circle chart, really focusing on prior knowledge, what I know about that topic. And we're also going to actually have you build some background knowledge. And we're not going to watch a video. We're going to read a book. So that's how I'm going to build the ship of that before we even begin. And then when we get done, I want my kids to draw a conclusion and say, well, why is this important? Okay, why is this important? Why are we doing what we're doing today? Why is this important? That's what I really want them to end with. Why are we taking the time to do this? It's the why. So down here at the end of my lesson, I'm asking this question: why is this important? For reflection. So there's my conclusion in this, where they're drawing a conclusion about what we're working on. Okay, so why is this important? So what I'm going to have you do up here, we're going to start with 3. Again, you guys, with my intermediate kids, I start with 3, but they have to keep going until Westerberg stops them. So that means you can't be done. Remember, for us in our classroom, when you think you're done, you need to tell yourself, we've just begun. You've only just begun, which means you got to keep thinking. You can't stop. You keep thinking. You give me more than 3. They always want to know how many, don't they? I say, well, you're going to start with 3, but how many means more until Westerberg says stop, okay? Until I do my transition count or whatever that you're doing to transition them. So to start with, I give them 3. So we're going to do 3 dashes in a line. So they know that the minimum is 3, but boy, extra points for that extra thinking. Give me 4 or 5. So now, and usually there's a timer here. I want you to think before, again, I want you to do what I call a think, ink, pair, share. So think, ink, pair, share, not think, pair, share. So the strategy I want them to really think about is they're going to think, then they're going to ink their thinking, and then they pair and share. That's my new strategy here, you guys. You have to ink their thinking first. Then now everybody has something to say. So they're having to ink it and then they turn and talk. So we're gonna be doing the think and ink part right now. So I want you to think about narrative writing, and I want you to think of the word what makes a story good. You know, what really makes a story a good story, an engaging story. So up here for just a minute, I want you to think about narrative writing. I want you to think of a good story that you've read. What made that story good? Okay, think it through, and then I want you to ink 3, if not more, until I say stop. Okay, so thinking and then inking. What makes a good story, guys? Okay, will you go ahead and share and do my plus and minus charge? Remember, you're going to do a check means confirm. Check means I have it. We both have it. So check means confirm. We both have it. And then my plus is add it. I don't have it, so I'm going to add it. Again, revision, you guys. Confirming that we both agree. I'm going to put a check mark by there if my partner and I both agree that it needs to be a character, a really strong character. And then I'm going to add this because I didn't have it, but I think it's really important. So you see how I'm doing the check and confirm, the check and add. So the check means we both agree. The add means I didn't have it, but it was good. I'm going to add it to my top part of my circle chart. So it's a check plus to get kids to keep adding things, to be thinking about their thinking. All right, turn and talk. See if you can give me one more, either a check or a plus. Talk to your partners. What else do we need in the top part that makes it a good story? Turn and talk and chat with your table group. Lots of good ideas. I see more than 3 on the top of your circle chart. Nice job, guys. Nice job. All right, so all of you have some good ideas in the top. Now I'm going to use my mentor text. So grab and Isabel tells a good one by Kate Duke. This is a great mentor text that I'm going to use specifically for this activity. But by the way, I could use this book and have them do a BME or a storyboard. Now I won't, but you could. I've got other books that I'm going to have you do. Now, normally I would give you an opportunity to read it, but it's really long. So I want to model how I would use this. And I'm not going to do the whole thing, but you'll get the picture of how I'm going to use this to introduce to them what components, essential components we need in a story. So let's go to the first page. I'm going to be reading aloud. Now, normally, you guys, I would be modeling time and text, and now I get kids to be reading. This, we might do this with another page, or I might even have you do it with page number 1. Only page number 1. All right, so here's time and text. Too many times we're reading, kids are not reading. What's the problem with that, you guys? There's some good things about it, about me reading. But what is wrong or probably not a positive thing about me doing all the reading in my classroom? My partner, what's wrong? Why is it important that you don't do all the reading, that they are struggling with the reading? Talk. Why? If you're spending 30 minutes doing a read aloud and you're the only one reading, that's 30 minutes of you practicing your reading and kids not practicing their reading, right? Number two, can you make sure that 100% of your kids are engaged with me while I'm reading? Can you even do that? No, because you can't tell what they're doing while they're listening to you because they're quiet. We have to change that, you guys, a little bit. Not to say that I don't think, I have to read aloud, but not the whole book and not for 30 minutes. When my mentor told me, Yolanda, when I told her I don't have time to do that, she said, Yolanda, you're spending 30 minutes doing a read aloud. And I could justify that up one side and down the other. Love to read, kids need to hear it. All those things are valid, but for 30 minutes, I'm wondering if I could do it for less and then get them to do the heavy lifting. They have to be reading. Here's another thing that a way to think about that I did as well. Kids would raise their hand to be, kind of the popcorn, and they would read. Again, we have to change our strategies for time and test. We can't have us do all the and practice the fluency. And the only way they can do that is to employ some strategies where they're doing the reading. I do not call on kids to read at all. They're going to practice some strategies like partner read, sentence by sentence read, phrase by phrase read, close read, radio read, color coding read. I've got lots of strategies to get my kids to practice the reading where they're doing the heavy lifting. So I want you guys to really think about what you normally do. Do you call on kids? I don't do that anymore. Because the same kids get called on, the ones that like to read. And then Johnny never gets to practice reading. So be careful about that, giving them opportunities to read. So today I want to model this. Normally I would say power finger, even with my intermediate kids. While I'm reading, you have to follow along using your what? Be careful, because the older the kids get, they like to be creative about that power finger. I know, not that power finger. And sometimes we haven't had that conversation. This power finger means that when I'm reading and I'm doing a closed read, you have to follow, because when I stop at a word, guess what you have to do? So let's do the first word, the first sentence on here, and then I'm going to have you do another strategy here that's really important that I want you guys to start thinking about, because we tend to let some people practice their reading. Tell me a story, said Penelope one night after supper. My first line. Now let me do close read. I'm going to get your power finger, everybody. Follow along with me. When I stop at the word, you all are going to say the word. Now, before when I said choral read, and I had them read, it was not choral reading. But because they're using their power finger, we're all now reading together. So again, here we go. Tell me a story, said Penelope one night after supper. Oh, now, who did the most reading here, you guys, when I just did that? All of us, right? We're all reading, so that's really important. Before this, I'm going to have you do a partner read, which means you're going to have a partner. You're going to be a threesome. We're going to do sentence by sentence. So when you get to a period, you stop. The next person reads the next sentence. Period. Stop. The next person reads the third sentence. You have to follow along, right? Power finger. Just go to the end of this page. Ready? Go. Nice job. Everybody did some nice reading. If you would like some more strategies in time and text, email me and I'll send you a list of really good strategies to help the kids with fluency in reading. So if you need some extra strategies, oh my goodness, radio reading, I love. Radio reading is where everybody's reading quietly out loud to themselves. But again, you're doing that story. One night after for the reading. Radio means you're turning it up when you're on your own, but you're turning it down when I come. And this radio reading means I'm going to come to you. And when I come to you, you're going to start reading out loud so I can hear you. And then you go back to reading. So you turn up the radio when Westerberg comes by. And then you're going to read it to me so I can hear your fluency. I can hear you reading. So there's some really good fun strategies where now kids are practicing reading all the way to middle school. Okay, we've got to employ more of them doing the heavy lifting and the reading. Do you like it so far? Really good. All right, so now we're going to come back to this page because now we're going to annotate, which means we're going to find something that the author said and we're going to put it on the bottom part of what makes a good story. So as we go through this, I'll just give you an idea and then I'm going to have you do the next page because you're going to do this with a partner. Tell me a story, said Penelope one night after supper. What kind of stories? Asked Aunt Isabel. A good story, said Penelope. All right, said Aunt Isabel. A good story is the hardest kind to tell, though. We must put it together carefully with just the right ingredient. Okay, I'm going to say respond. What does a good story have? Oh, would you write that? Right ingredient. So that's one thing that we know a good story needs to have. It needs to have the right ingredient. Okay, another dot. Always leave a little bit of room for a dot on the paper for kids. Teach kids that always leave a little bit of room because sometimes I'll have them come back and give me a supporting detail for that dot if it shows. Okay, it says, let's start by giving it a when and where. Oh my goodness, what does a good story need to have? Oh, we better put that down. It needs a when and a where. Early one morning in the cottage in the forest. That's a when and where. In the cottage in the forest, early one morning, there were 3 bears. You see what I'm just doing? That's how we want kids to start a story with a when and a where. Like who? A when, where, who? Late that afternoon at the park, the little boy was lost. You see, that's how we start a story. Not, I hope you like my story about the little boy in the park. So really, really good, the when and the where. Let's see what else it said. Let's start by giving it a when and a where. When does this story begin? Long, long ago, said Penelope. And where does it begin? Ask Aunt Isabel. Think of a place where exciting things can happen. Oh my goodness, I need a dot, don't I? Right here. She told us it needs to be exciting things happen. So I'm going to write that in here as well. Exciting things happen. So I know that it's a when and where, but I have to make sure it's exciting. So I'm really thinking of that problem. Okay, let's go to this second page. Okay, do you guys know what you're doing here now? Adding as you're reading. Okay, so with your partner, I want you to read the second and third page and come up with some more details about what makes a good story. Okay, go. You're doing the second and the third page. You might not find anything on page 2. Go to the next page. You're going to find some more information on the following page.
He likes to have Now let's add someone else, someone talented in charge.
Okay, so you can think about this maybe in a 2-day, maybe day one, and think about, is this gonna take 1 or 2 lessons to do? How many, what do you guys think? What I'm asking you to do, I'm asking you to read, and then I'm asking you to annotate. How many days do you think you're gonna wanna do this with your kid? What do you think? At least 2, because day one, I'm gonna be reading, we're gonna be doing the time and text and the reading of this story together, watching it, reading it. And I'm gonna be focusing on vocabulary. So really day one is reading the text and working on vocabulary. That's really my day one. My day 2 is now to go back and do the annotating. So this really would be for me a 2-day, or even for some of your kids, it might be a 3-day, depending on how fast and slow your kids are and what level of reading that your kids are. So depending on what you're doing, sometimes you guys, I've even known to do this, is taking a piece, there's a page, copying it, and putting it in a page protector, so I always have it, and they only get that page to work on. They don't get the whole book, they just get that page. So I'm known to just copy a page. Today we're gonna work on page 1 and 2, tomorrow you're gonna get page 3 and 4, especially if you don't have a classroom set of these. So that would be something I would recommend doing if you don't have a class set of books where you're having them read this, is I make a copy and put it in a page protector so they have just that page in front of them. That would be really good for some of your kids who are struggling with reading. This whole book would be too much. So really be thinking, day 1, practice time and text, vocabulary, day 2, annotating and getting your notes. Does that make sense? All right, turn and talk. We're gonna not do this whole book, but I'm just telling you, there's nuggets on every page. I kind of did a couple for you just so you can see a who with a name. Oh, possible romance and drama might be something I think about in my story. And you're going to continue to do this throughout the book. Okay, so we're going to, for sake of time, we're not going to do the whole thing, but I want you to turn and talk. What do you like about this lesson? What might be a barrier for you that you'd struggle with, or your kids would struggle with? Turn and talk.
I noticed when you put possible romance, that's not explicitly said, right? So that was kind of the question I had from before, of like, could you pull things out like a good story has dialogue, it has descriptive words?
Well, yes, on this one, I was lost. I think that something on her possible. I thought, you know,
Well, you also read ahead, so maybe, yeah.
I might have.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't think it's your question, but I would, this is, they would just want to choose a job and say that, oh, no, we're going to just want to really love this offer step. That's what I say. And then they would do it. But then you can help them to it, even, you know, deferring and all that. But
Well, that was what I was gonna say, this is a good imprint.
oh, totally.
And I'm 5th grade, so.
Yeah, so you want them to be inferring, and so if they
Right.
infer something, I would go with it. I want, and then you might even say, put a TBE by the ones that are on, right there, with the TBE says, they'll put, they could put such a good grade, but the initial TBE beside the one that came directly from the text. and then leave the others that they prefer discovering.
I can see you spending like the first week of school on this, I just text-based stuff.
I mean,
And
think
the
about
next week,
lessons.
and so we don't necessarily label, well, I would start by saying, does it say that in the text? So last week we looked at things that it said in the text, that is context. I suppose you'd say. We need that.
Yeah.
But we're gonna look at it with a different lens.
Inferring.
What does it not say, but with
Context
that's
clues.
inferring.
Inference and context using
Because those
context.
are two huge fifth grade skills that I have to shore up.
Yeah, exactly, because they want to tell them, oftentimes they're inferring, they're not telling. So it's really want for fifth grade, both of them to have that, so that's really a good question.
Reading level, it's just.
You know, I don't know that on the case. Would you look at it and see? Yeah. I know what's saying. This is a really good book for a lot of different purposes, but the reason I'm using this book is because she narrates all the good things that a story has. So just FYI, so you can see that I already did this. And in this book, I just want to show you how many things I found that would be considered text-based evidence. So when I went through this book, those are all the things that I found in this book, which are all really good essential characteristics of a story. So this is a really good one as just a front load to say, hey, what did Kate Duke do in this book that really gives us some good information in a story-like setting of all the things that she said. So you're going to want to go through and just keep reading page by page. Could you see this being all week long? Just think about the skills you're focusing. Not only are you focusing on the essentials of a good story, but you're focusing on text-based evidence. What did the author say? You're focusing on context clues, inference. So, and you guys, those are hard skills. What can we infer about the story that wasn't actually written? So you're talking about text-based, on the line, text-based, where I can put my finger on it, versus between the line, my inferring, and then beyond the line, that higher level thinking. How does it make you feel? Can you make a connection with that? So many things we can teach about this that have to do with reading, but also is the foundation for writing. You see how important they go together? Huge. So again, another way to use this text, which would be a really good one.
There it is. Thanks, Yolanda, now I know. It's a 3.3.
3.3, you guys, reading level, just FYI, if you want to put a little sticky note on it, 3.3. The other thing that I like to do is I like to take a sticky note and put a sticky note in the inside cover of the book so I know exactly why I'm using it. It's good for ideas. It's good for vocabulary. It's really good for introducing narrative writing. So I usually have a sticky note that really has kind of the grade level of that picture book, and then also the why I'm using this book. So that's something else when you think of your picture books that you're going to use. This book, Jack Pilkey, has good story connectors. You're struggling with that. So I want you to read this book and see if you can find the story connectors in this book. You see, I'm using mentor text so kids can stand on the shoulders of those authors to help them be better writers. You don't have to do it on your own. Mimic Jack Pilkey, mimic Isabel Beck, mimic Patricia Polacco. Stand on their shoulders and write like they do. Dr. Seuss books are just amazing. You're going to get more. I gave a list to Jennifer of about 5 or 6 that are my most favorite that she's going to order. So every time you come, you get a couple of books. So that's why you got to come back in October and come back in April, because you get a couple more books too that will go with that. All right, would you guys turn to page 2 in your notebook so you can see this next continuum. Page 2. And I don't like to put grade levels on this because again, some kids can do more, but because I know that's what you're thinking, I'm gonna kind of have you do some page number or some grade levels, so you kind of get an idea of what we're looking for. So when we talk about narrative writing, phase 1 is really kind of pre-K, K, sometimes even first grade, depending on how low your kids are. So you see this is phase 1. So what is my expectation, my end result? So some of my kids, this is where they start, where they have this template. So go in your folder because you're going to find this template. You're going to see 2 of them, page 18 and 19. Would you guys go look for page 18 and 19, please? Now this looks pretty elementary primary, so I would say I would use a different template, just line paper for 3rd and up, but you're gonna see that for my younger grades, I'm really using in phase 1, this kind of a template where they're sketching and labeling. So you guys can either do a sticky note or I'm gonna write on here where they sketch and label up here, or they're sketch and label, or they're drawing the character. Because I got to teach them how to draw the character because of the planning that I'm going to have them do later. So in this box, they're sketching and labeling, sketch and label their picture, their scene, their character, or they're drawing their character. Okay, now I have them fill the box. Now this is another strategy, you guys, called fill the box. Now you guys, those of you in the upper grades, ignore the primary look of this. I just have lines down here, not the lines here unless they need it. But fill the box means, you guys, is totally connected to get them to elaborate, to add detail. So this is all connected to elaboration. So sometimes even with my older kids, I make them draw the character and the setting. So they have to fill the box. They can't just draw the character, and it can't be a stick figure. They have to tell me who the character is, and I should be able to infer based on the picture of the character what that character is like, their outside story and their inside story. So if they're drawing a character, I want to have evidence of the outside story of that character, and I should be able to infer a little bit about the inside of the story of that character. So I'm looking for the outside story and the inside story. Outside, what we physically see: ponytails, freckles, glasses, skin like caramel, right? Short. I should be able to tell when they draw that character the outside story. The inside story you can't see, but what could I show in my character that gives me a hint of that inside story? What is that character doing that tells me they're shy, they're sad? See, they're a bully. Do you see what I'm doing? I need to be able to see evidence that the character has an outside story and an inside story. Is that making sense, you guys? Really important. We have to have a character with a goal. I need to know and visually see that character. The other thing that I want to build in here is the setting. Okay, the when and the where. Okay, where they are and what time of day. So then now I'm filling up the square with lots of colors. Sky, if they're outside in the park, if their story is taking place in a park, I better be able to see evidence of a park. If they're up near a volcano, I need to see a character that's in their element. Is it making sense? So this is called fill the box. It can't be white unless there's white, like a cloud. So I don't want to see a lot of white in here. Is it making sense for kids? They love it because they have to fill it in, give lots of details. This is where I'm really focusing on the skill of elaboration, okay? Getting them to give me more. Is that making sense? Down here is where now I'm getting them to write sentences about their story. So this is where their sentence variety comes in, sentence variety. And they're writing sentences about their character in the setting, really teaching them the beginning of a story. Early one day in the forest, there lived 3 bears. Do you see what I'm doing right now? I'm modeling, giving them the start of a when, verse, and a where. That's how they're going to start their story. So practice that with them. And it also can be a where and a when. I can move those around. Where, I could start with the when, I could start with the where. And then I'm going to talk about my character. Is that making sense? Okay, so this is one example that I want my K kiddos and first grade kiddos to do in second grade, but do you think this would be advantageous for a fifth grader to do? Right, turn and talk. Why would this be great at your grade level, whether you're second grade or fifth grade? Why would this be important to do this with them? Turn and talk. Okay, folks, on the bottom of the page, you're going to see, if you guys go to page 19, want you guys to know on the bottom of 18, this is called the editing pencil. Now, I'm going to tell you guys what I'm doing differently now because my kids are still struggling with conventions. Are yours punctuation, editing, all that? They're still, I mean, high schoolers are still struggling with that. So we know that that's still an issue. I used to give my kids a template, and obviously intermediate, it doesn't quite look this primary. It still has a box on the top for them to sketch because my kids love to sketch no matter what grade level they are. But the lines are different because this looks pretty primary, right, for your fifth graders. Though some of my fifth graders could benefit from this because they don't know how to use the whole lines and how to make small letters versus large letters. But I get it. Fifth graders would look at that and go, Mrs. Westerberg, seriously? They wouldn't like that. So I would just change the lines. I'm still going to make them focus on it. But now I'm actually putting in my little convention bookmark. You guys have this in your foundation notebook. If you don't, it's on the website. You can email me for this because they need to have this bookmark. This would be for your K1 kiddos, maybe some of your second grade. Does your picture match your words? Does your sentence start with a capital letter? Do you have finger spacing? Did you stretch your word, beginning, medial, end sound? Do you have punctuation at the end? You see how this is even valuable for our intermediate kids? However, if you have vertical alignment, your K1 kids have used this, you're going to now move to the next page, which is now your cups editing pencil. So this is another step up. So now they have this bookmark on their desk. So when they write their sentence, their when and where sentence, early one morning in the cottage in the forest, there lived 3 bears. If that's their sentence, they're going to edit their own work, not me. See, they're doing the heavy lifting. You're going to circle your errors and you're going to do the work. And this is what you're going to use. Did you capitalize the first word in the sentence and your proper nouns? Usage, subject, verb agreement. Does it all make sense? Present, past tense. Punctuation. Did you end with a punctuation? Do you have commas if you need a comma? Spelling. Oh my goodness, a whole new area we need to talk about. Where am I going to go to help with my spelling? And is it my best handwriting? Is it legible? So this is what I'm going to use. I'm going to have a great big one on my wall so I can always refer to it. But every student in my classroom is going to have a little laminated one on their desk because every time they write, I'm going to say, stop and use your editing pencil. All right. So editing pencil, important. Turn and talk. Helpful. Do you use this? Would this be beneficial? Another to-do list in September before kids come. Talk for just a minute.
Like you have to go out and make sure that my kids say they get older.
Okay, so let's go back to our handout in our phases of instruction here, you guys. I kind of gave you a K1, kind of where I start. So really what I'm wanting them to do is here's the template that I'm wanting to use with the editing pencil or the cups pencil to help them really look at their writing. That's going to be really important. But to start with, I'm really asking them to just start by identifying the character and the setting. If I could just start there and say, today we're just going to be writing about the character and the setting, that's one thing you can do. Or you can have them pick out a really fascinating, exciting scene and have them sketch and label a scene and then write about that scene. So do you see it's not everything? It's just a little bit for those. Now, I say K1, you guys, but I had a fifth grade teacher come up to me and say, my fifth grader's not writing at all. And I said, well, then you need to go back to phase 1. But they need to be writing a whole story, but they can't. So can I have them do these basic things so they can have some success? Because you guys, as a fifth grader, if they can't write at all, it is going to be do me no good to make them do a beginning, middle, and end of a story. So this is called differentiating, you guys. My fifth grader cannot do that. He cannot write. So let him do some sketching and labeling, please, because that's where he's at. And sometimes we as intermediate teachers say, they got to be writing the whole story. And then we give them F after F after F. There's a billion red circles all over the page. And then kids hate writing. Kids love writing when they are successful. So this is where you differentiate. And this is where I have to say, John, I know you're struggling. So what I want you to do is I just want you to sketch and label the character in the setting. Is that not a positive thing for that, students? So guys, I want you to think about these phases as not so much grade level, but where they are academically. Can we kind of start thinking that at the intermediate level? I want success after success after success, because that's going to make them love writing. Negative, negative, negative. You didn't do it right. You didn't spell right. You have no punctuation. What does that tell the writer? I'm not good. I hate this. I don't want to do this. And then behavior increases in your classroom, right? So how do I make them successful? It isn't one size fits all, you guys. It never will be, because we have this big of a level, different levels in our classroom. So just be mindful of this in terms of grade level. However, I am going to put a grade level because I'm going to say at second grade, I want them to really start, and possibly my high first graders, where now instead of one thing, now I want them to do what I call a modified storyboard, where it has a little beginning, a little middle, a little end. You see that? This is the template for, then they're sketching and labeling, and we're also working on elaborations. Look at this box. Important. There are 4 key elaborations my kids need to have in a story. One is action. What's the first one, everyone? They have to have action in their story. Now, before they can have action in their story, they have to be able to identify action in a story. Second thing, the one, important, action. Number 2, they have to have description. What's their number 2, everyone? Description. And in this one, you're using your 5 senses. Another, what you saw, what you hear, what you taste, what you smell, a lot of describing. Again, they're not going to be able to do that until they've identified description in mentor text. Okay, number 3, dialogue. Okay, dialogue. Important that we make sure we add dialogue. Now, what do you guys call it? Dialogue, or do you call it something else? Okay, so I'm okay with talking bubbles with the little kiddos, but we've got to change our language. It's no longer at second grade a talking bubble. What is it, you guys? Dialogue. So let's start using the same language. Make a note of that. We can't call it talking bubbles. We want to call it by its real name, which is dialogue, where kids talk to each other. And I have some rules about that too. My one rule, because kids dialogue, he said, then she said, then he said, then she said, then they said, and it's everywhere. Here's my rule. Only 3 times, and it has to matter. The dialogue. Only 3 times, and it has to matter. Okay? There has to be a purpose for the dialogue. So my kids can have a dialogue in the beginning of the story, one dialogue somewhere in the middle, and one dialogue at the end. but only what? Because they overuse it so much. And I see a lot of he said, she said all over the place. So, well, I'll tell you, they're good at that. So let's just make sure we have some kind of rules around how many dialogue kids use because they tend to overuse it. The phase 3 now is more 3rd grade and up. And now I have a full storyboard. And I'm going to model this for you just so you can see that this is where now there's beginning, 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 middle, 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 and there's more boxes that they're having to do. And you'll see an example of the bear and the piano, where you're actually doing beginning, 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 a lot of middles, and an ending and an ending. So you see now we're stretching those out over 6 boxes. You can do it on big paper, or you can do a little paper. My kids tend to like the big paper, the 8x12 or the bigger, and they fold their paper into boxes. I'll show you what that looks like as well. So this is one example. This is called the storyboard, but I'm also going to show you another one called the BME. Okay, so that's another. So strategy number 1, this is strategy number 2. We're going to do both of those. So you got an example of what a storyboard looks like and what a BME. And you're then going to decide, do I do both? Do I do one? Here's the one that I want you to think about. I don't want you to pick the one you like the best. I would pick the one that what? Right? But some of us, we don't do things if we don't like it. So we got to be careful about that because I'm guilty of that. I'm not the artist here. So this kind of shy away a little bit of this because I'm not a really good drawer, but boy, I'm getting better at it because I'm practicing. And by the way, the kids some of my kids are better than me and I'll make them come up and draw the dog because I am horrible at it. And they'll laugh and say, yeah, Westerberg, can I draw the dog for you? And I'm going like, come to the table, mister. Show the class how to draw a dog. Do you see you're now bringing them into the mix of the teaching? And I think that's really important. All right, tell me where you think your kids, where you would start based on your grade level. We're going to talk real quick based on this. Where might you start with kids at your grade level? Okay, we're going to practice a couple of them too. That might help clarify for you what you want to do because I want to model both the story today. I really, for you guys, want to model both the storyboard and the BME. And then I'm going to show 2nd grade how to modify it down to a 4-box too. I'm going to try and get that in, but there's so many things we need to do today. So let's just try to get going before lunch. I'd like to, again, give you your checklist. So first of all, get out a piece of paper. We're going to talk about our narrative components, what we really are looking for in a retell, in a narrative. Now, remember, this is for a retell first. So this is going to be your checklist, but then these are also the components I'm looking for when I'm writing, when kids are writing. So really looking in the rough draft on, well, really they can't really get to the rough draft without a whole, because I'm going to make sure in their planning page they have it, all the 8 things before they actually write, you guys. So you're going to eliminate having to look at the rough draft and saying, you don't have that, you don't have that. Well, that's not going to happen in my classroom because they have to plan their story. And that's where I'm going to catch what they added and what they didn't add. So this is really good for both a retell checklist and a narrative writing checklist, but it all happens in their planning page. Okay, so the first thing is characters. So that we're going to talk about the beginning of the story. And now we're going to use a symbol. So there's my B, the beginning of the story. There are 5 things I'm looking for in the beginning of a story. Okay, so let's talk about what those 5 things are. So I'm going to have a line by each one. So that tells me this is my checklist. Do they have it? Plus, they don't, leave it blank. So I want to make sure in my number one that they have a character with a goal. So that's important that they know who their character is, character with a goal. And that it can be, it's really the who or the what of my story, depending on if it's a person or if it's an animal. So it's really the who or the what. Am I talking about a little boy or am I talking about a dog? Am I talking about mice? Am I talking about a captain? Okay, so there's my who and my what. So it's a character with a goal. Remember the key word, you guys underline that character has to have a goal in mind. There's where I bring in that message. Okay, that lesson, there has to be a goal. So it's a character of the goal. And also, if it's a who, I also have to think about what is their outside story, right? Their outside story versus their what? Inside. So you guys are so good catching on inside story. So I'm going to work on that. So again, I know that that has to be a mini lesson. I have to make sure that the kids can tell me the outside story of a character they're reading about and the inside. By the way, it's everything that I do here going to help with narrative reading and with assessment. So it's a twofer. Really good. You start with reading and then you move it into writing. Okay, character with the goal number one is what, everyone? Everyone? Number one is character with a goal. Nice job. See, I'm doing this with kids as well. They're telling me it. We're still in the beginning of the story. So the second thing that you need to talk about the setting. We've already talked about this. This is a review. And in the setting, and also you guys, I'm going to use a fuzzball. I'm going to start to use some symbols. Here's my fuzzball. I'm going to use the story grammar. Even if you don't buy the story grammar, I still use my little symbols. It's a little fuzzball. There's my character. Okay, the setting, I'm going to use a star because in the old days, the sailors would look up in the sky and look at the stars to determine where they were at. So that's why we use a little star for the setting. And in the setting, we're looking at the where and the what and the when, or the when and the where. Okay, that's the place and the time. So the when is the time I'm looking for, and the where is the place. So those are two things I'm really looking for in that's another checklist. They have a when and where in their story. See, I already can tell. So if I was reading a book and they said it's about 3 bears and they don't tell me the setting, I don't check it. If they say it's about the 3 bears and they lived in the cottage, they're still missing what? And see, do you see how I'll really know whether they're getting the idea? Most, I'm going to tell you, most of the kids forget about the when. That's the one that they don't incorporate. So number 3 checklist. Number 3 checklist is what I call the initiating event. Now there's that a high level word, initiating. Let's call this the initiating event. My language, but you guys know it as the problem. But you guys, I'm going to tell you, not all books have a problem. So you got to be careful about this one because not all books that you read. For example, Rosie's Walk. Do any of you know Rosie's Walk? It's about a little hen that lives in a coop in the farm, and she gets up one morning and it's such a beautiful day. She decides to go on a walk, and guess who's underneath the coop? The fox. So then, but she doesn't know that. So she gets up and she's happy and she goes around and through and beyond. She takes this walk because it's such a beautiful day. Is there a problem? No, not really, because she doesn't even know the fox is there. So there's no problem. So we got to be careful when we're reading stories to books that most of the time, 9 out of 10, there'll be a problem, but sometimes there's not. But we're looking at that initiating event, the problem. I call this the kickoff. And I'm going to use the shoe, because on a football game, the game doesn't start until the what? The kickoff. So I'm going to use a little shoe here to identify the kickoff. Okay. This is really what happened. It's identifying the problem. So what happened? So it was a ho-hum day until the initiating event. It's a ho-hum day until the initiating event. Now, here's the thing you have to be careful to in a book as well. Sometimes the problem is not identified until 5 pages in. In some books, it's the first page. In some books, it's the second page. So kids, you have to just be watching as authors will give background information, will give you lots of beginning before they even say what the problem is. So sometimes in books, it's not formulaic. It depends on the book. But we're looking for the kickoff. There's number 3. Number 4, are you still with me, you guys? Is this helpful? Knowing. Okay, number 4 is what we call the internal response. Another high level word that I love to use with kids. Internal, meaning inside, internal, inside story, internal response. And here we're looking for a feeling. Okay, we're looking for a feeling. And in your packet, go to page 35. This is what I use for my feeling template. Everybody go to page 35 and put a sticky note on page 35. I would make a big poster of this and put it on the board. So now we can not only teach them about feelings, but higher level things, because your kids are going to want to use wimpy words like sad and happy. We want them to up their vocabulary and use other words other than sad and mad and happy. So page 35, put a little note. This is where they're going to go to help me identify feelings and potentially to raise that word up. So it's a little bit more precise, okay? So this is a good one to have. And I would make sure it's in their little 3-ring binder for one section that says, you know, help pages or some support or resources. Okay, so we want to know how the character is feeling. So here, it's how the character feels based on the kickoff. So it's how the character feels based on the kickoff. Okay, so again, I don't know that initially you guys, I did all these steps well. I don't even know if I stopped and said, well, how's the character feeling? You know, when I think of Goldilocks and 3 Bears, breakfast that morning, it was a whole hum day for for Mama Bear. It was just a whole hum day. Every day she gets to makes breakfast. But that morning, guess what? There was a problem. The porridge was what? Too hot. Well, how do you think the characters were feeling? Mama Bear is probably going to feel better or different than Papa Bear and Baby Bear. They're all going to feel different. Let's talk about that. Breakfast was not ready to eat. How were they all feeling? Mama was probably very disappointed that she ruined breakfast. Papa was probably a little what? Grumpy, and Baby Bear probably grumpy because Papa Bear was grumpy, right? Who knows what Baby Bear was thinking. But do you see how you're doing this and taking time to really think about thoughts and feelings? That's another elaboration we want. Okay, number 5, one more. Okay, another checklist. This is my last part in the beginning of the story. I now am going to call this my plan of action. As a result of the kickoff and the feeling, as a result of the kickoff and the feeling. So that's why I like these symbols, because if I show that the kids know it, oh, the heart is always the feeling, the shoe is always the kickoff. That's why I love these. And I love them in these because then I can say, oh, guys, we're working on the what? We're working on the characters. We're working on the, do you see? That's why I love these, because then I can put these on the board and move things around. Really a good resource, you guys. The symbol I'm using for number 5 is a hand. They stop and make a plan. That character does something. So you guys, when you think of Goldilocks and 3 Bears, they were feeling all sorts of feelings because the porridge was too hot. So what did they decide to do? Because the porridge was too hot. They made a plan. They decided to go for a what? Oh, look, there's the hand. They stopped and made a plan. All right, those are the 5. Turn and talk real quick. What are your kids really good at, and what do you need to up your instruction because they're struggling with? When you think of those 5 things in the beginning of a story, talk to your partner. How is this helpful for you guys? And what do you think you're going to need to do in terms of your instruction?
Well, naming them, having vocabulary to name them. I feel like they can do a very good service level. Here's that.
Or- Right. Yeah. Character members have these, those elements. So it's kind of like the film and the two. So you can short. I don't really think of a character as having. Inside versus outside the story.
Helpful for working on the beginning. Here's what I'm going to tell you guys to think about too. When kids know, I like kids to know all the 8 things because I like to, it's kind of that end, it's kind of like backwards design. I like them to see all the 8 things that we're going to be looking for when we're retelling and all the 8 things that we're going to be looking for in their good writing. I want them to know, so it's backwards design. Here's our target writers when we're writing a narrative. However, it's too much to start with. So what we're going to do is we're going to break this apart. And when we read for a while, we're only going to do the beginning. That's called a brief write, where we're only looking at the beginning. Don't make them do the middle and the end. Work or just have them do one component, so called scaffolding. Gradual release of responsibility. Don't make them do the whole story for a while. We're just going to write great what? Beginning. And that's it. That's doable for kids. Isn't it much more doable for kids than saying right the beginning, the middle, and the end? And think about all those things. So I like to show them what our target is and then say, but we're going to back up and we're just going to work on beginnings of the story. And that's all we're going to do. And I'll show you how I'm going to scaffold that out. They're going to get kind of just one part of the storyboard, or what they're only going to do one section. And then think about it. If I get 80% of my kids can do this, then we're ready to go to what? The next section. And I like to use books to have them do that. Sometimes let's say, here's the beginning of this story. Let's write one event that's not that this author didn't include, or let's write a different ending. Yeah.
The beginning, middle, and then what colors are those?
Oh, you good. Narrative. So take your purple. Now it's purple. Now we're doing purple. All of these. You've got it is now a purple middle. So now it's not green, yellow, and red. Okay. So now we're doing purple. So good. Thank you for the question. Okay. On that and getting me to do that. So just remember, sometimes that's all we're going to work on. Don't do the whole, it's like, we don't have to eat the whole elephant. Let's just take a bite of the elephant and let's just do one part of it first. And maybe just do the character setting for a while. And then adding in the initiating that.
That's where our
They're different. Symbols. And you'll see it in just a minute too. Right here, it's just one line. And here's what I tell them. Depending on the story, you're going to tell me how many events happened in that story. I don't have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm just going to have the number 6. But then underneath it, when they're reading, they have to tell me, well, how many events are in this story? Or how many events are in your story? And I won't know that until they do the middle. Okay, and I'm going to show you what the middle looks like. Okay, so the middle is, you guys are used to calling it an event. So I'm going to make you change that language just a bit. So that the character did. Now here's the difference, you guys. They're not just random events. These actions and attempts have to match the what, you guys? The plan. This is why kids give me I call it the crazy cycle, where they give me all events that make no sense, are very loosely tied together, and they have nothing to do with the kickoff, the character, and the feeling. So now I don't say they're not any old event. They're really attempts or actions that the character did or the characters did. I like these words a little bit better than just saying an event, because event is pretty loosely, and our kids struggle with it and then and throwing in things that don't even connect. So we really want them, what are the actions? That's the language that I'm going to use with my kids during conferring time, you guys. What action? And here's the other word I like to use. Because of that, what happened? This is a really good teacher language. Because of that, what happened next? Because of that, what happened next? So now they're not loosely connected, they're concretely connected. So I'm using this word, well, because of that, Johnny, what happened next? So now they're really being intent to make sure their events are of movement. That's why I like my bead as my picture, because I can say, depending on the story, I can say, because of that, then what happened? Because of that, what happened? Because of that, what happened? And continue to keep doing this movement for kids. So multi-sensory tactile. Oh, we've got 2 more. You see, now I could just turn it upside down and keep going if I need to. But using instead of just saying, what are your 3 events? And sometimes we get a cat in there that has no, and that's not even one of the characters. So really important on using the little bead, kind of that, or the bead. I love the bead in here. There's a whole bunch of different beads in here that I can say, these little beads that I can say what's because of that. We're also going to use our story transition. So I want you to draw here a big square so you can see what this is going to look like in the middle of their story. And I'm going to show you the template, but I want to just show you what this looks like. They're going to get a template that looks like this. It's just a box. It's going to have boxes that are in here like this. Let's just do 3 big ones. So this is the middle of the story. They're going to need to give me some quick notes here about their story. So this is called quick notes. It doesn't have to be a sentence. In fact, I don't want sentences, because if the kids write a sentence, they've just fired it and it's done. So I don't let them write sentences here. They're little quick notes, just words and phrases, quick notes about each of the events. And then the box is going to be really important. So take your purple and highlight those boxes, because these boxes are where your students are going to put the story connectors. Okay, so when I'm going to turn this around and make a note, this is where the story connectors go. Your temporal words. So now take your bookmarks that I gave you guys, and we're going to just pretend. These are examples of some story connectors, and they're also kind of grouped together. You'll see here. I want you with your partner to write 3 that would make sense to you in terms of first event, next event, and last event. And then you're going to write them in the box. So we're going to say, in the beginning, we'll start there, in the beginning, and I'm going to put that really quickly in here. And then you come up with 2 others that would make sense for you with your partner. Come up with 2 others that would be, and you can't do second and third. Those are not story connectors. So in the beginning, what happened, and then what are you going to use? Remember, then is okay, but only what? Once. And no and then. I don't know a story connector that says and then. Okay, so I'm going to say in the beginning. Oh, all of a sudden, I like that. Minutes went by, and then so. See, do you already taking care of the transition in your planning page, guys? When you tell them these boxes are where you're putting your story connected. So you want your events, get your events in here, and then you're going to put in your story transitions. Now, a really good one in the beginning. I don't even like that one for this story because that's kind of hard. I would say like minutes went by and the bears left to go for a walk, right? Then who comes and breaks and enters, right? Who comes in and breaks and enters? Goldilocks, right? And then meanwhile, while they're walking, she's creating havoc in the house by eating the porridge and breaking the chair and going to sleep on the bed. You see what we're doing here? Each one of those is another event. The kitchen is an event. The living room is an event. The going to sleep is an event. Okay, all those are events. So I have to go, well, meanwhile, or suddenly she decides she's tired and goes to sleep, and then meanwhile, home. You see, it's not next, it's not third or fourth. So really helpful. And then your quick notes. All right, turn and talk. How would this be helpful for your kids doing this middle like this? Okay, write no sentences, you guys, because if they write a sentence, they're just gonna copy that sentence right into their writing. So no sentences, just quick notes. Quick notes. Word and phrase, no sentences here. Because otherwise they fired it and they're gonna just write it as they wrote it again, and we don't want that. And also because while I'm doing this, I'm gonna teach them some sentence mastery, some sentences to write. Okay, so that's the other thing that I want to make sure I'm getting in here is when they're doing this, I'm going to say, now let's take our quick notes. I'm going to show you how to move that into a because sentence or a 3-part sentence or a however sentence. So really important for that. Really good. Now, when kids decide, if it's a retell, they have to tell me how many events were in that story. But if it's in their story, they still have to tell me how many events. Not to say they can't add more, but here they would write what? There were 3 events. You see right here? In number 6, there were 3 events. Or 3 actions and attempts. So I'm trying to get away from the word events because that's pretty loose. Okay, now we need another piece of paper because we got to get to the end. So you might have more room. I don't. I'm going to grab another piece of paper because we have the ending to do. Okay, so now we're now at the end. I'm going to do a circle up here on my page with the E, and I have a little squiggly mark because the squiggly mark means the twist of the story or a surprise ending. So some stories have a twist. Some stories have a surprise ending. For example, Big Al, the picture book Big Al, there's a twist at the end, a big twist at the end, a surprise, right? And even in some of the Goldilocks Bear books, there's a twist, like at the end, the bears in one series, the bears feel sorry for her when she leaves, even though she made a mess. They go to her house and invite her over for lunch. They want to be friends. But there's another one where they get so mad that they go to her house and they make a mess of her house. And then the third one that I read is they go over and they kill her. Now that's not what I'm going to read to my kids, but that is another one. They get so mad they go eat her up. The bears, they can be mean, right? And they pretty much destroy Goldilocks. Okay. All right. Now, the other thing that I want to tell you real quick too, you guys, this is backwards. On this one, make a note of this. Here's when I ask kids, once we've read a book, I'll say, guys, when we're focusing on a character with a goal, they're going to want to tell you all the characters that they've been introduced to. I don't want all the characters. I only want the character in the beginning of a story. So you guys, if I said, who are the characters in Goldilocks and the 3 Bears, they're going to say who? Goldilocks and Goldilocks did not get introduced to the story until the middle. She was an event. At the beginning of the story, there was only what? That's all I would want them to tell me. They're going to want to tell you the ones that were introduced in the middle of the story and maybe even one that was introduced at the end. So be careful about that. I only want the character in the beginning of the story. So be careful about that one as well. You're going to introduce more characters, obviously, along the way. Okay, now we've got the ending. Purple, circle, still purple. And then kids have to say, was there a twist in that story or not? And then in their own story, do they want a twist or not? Okay, so now we're looking for number 7 and number 8. So number 7 is called the direct consequences of the action. So it's the direct consequence of the actions. Higher level word. It's really how the story ended. It's the ending of the story. Okay, and I'm going to use a bow because I'm going to tie it all up, and the bow represents, tie it all up, how did it end? Concretely, how did the author end this story? It's really the ending, and it's really your ending, and it's really focused on the actions or the events. So I'm going to say it's your direct consequence, okay? It's really the what happened. And it's the what. Okay, again, checklist. How did it end? Were they right? What's your ending going to be? Okay, and then now we've got our number 8. And number 8, you guys, is the resolution. I thought the ending was the resolution, but no, you guys, the resolution is not the ending of the story. The resolution is 2 parts. Okay, so now I'm going to kind of have 2 little checks here because I'm looking for 2 things for number 8. Resolution, I definitely want character feeling. How did the character feel at the end of the story? Now you're going to have to teach them not only how to explicitly state it, but to imply it. Because sometimes our kids like to say she was mad, but how could I say it without saying she was mad? Does that make sense? So for my upper level kids, I'm talking about explicit but I'm also talking about implied. She was mad is explicit. Implied means what action, how can I write it so that I know she was mad without saying the word mad? Does that make sense? Higher level, right? So does third grade need to do that? Fourth grade, fifth grade? Where I can always say which of these would be appropriate for which grade level. For sure, fifth grade, but third grade might be too hard. You guys get to decide that. But it's your character's feeling. How did the character feeling? And then I'm going to do a comparison. Let's compare how Mama Bear felt at the beginning of the story and how Mama Bear felt at the end of the story. How did Papa Bear feel at the beginning of the story? How did Papa feel at the ending? So now I get to add in the skill of comparing, which is really good. I can compare those two characters. I'm hoping in a story, you guys, that there's growth. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for growth here from the beginning of the story to the end of the story. So another little FYI, when you're conferring, you need to see, is there growth in that character? If not, you need to go back and have a conversation with that student when you're encourage them to maybe thinking about how's that character growing from the beginning or not. Then there's the other thing you're looking for, which is your lesson learned message. Lesson message theme. Can I, as the reader, identify that? If I can't, then boy, I'll tell you, that's going to be something I'm going to have to talk to kids about. I have to be able to, by reading that letter or reading your work, that there was some lesson, whether explicit or implied or inferred. What was the message or the thing? I, as the reader, should be able to do that. So when I'm scoring narrative, I'm looking, can I tell what the message? Oh, it's about friendship. Can I tell a message it's about bullying? Can I tell that it's about sharing or being kind? I, as the reader, need to kind of be able to see that in their reading, whether explicit or implied. So that's something you're going to really work on your number 8. Don't you like this? That was a lot. All right, turn to talk about the 8. Overwhelming, helpful. How is this going to help you drive your instruction with narrative writing and telling?
I can see like you want this.
I know there's one on the manipulative. Is there a similar time to resolution?
There's the bow. I'm trying to think of, I'm trying to think here where the resolution is. There's a feeling. No, there isn't. So the bow is for number 7, and this is for number 8. So what I've never had one for the message, but you guys might want to have another symbol. What would be a good symbol for lesson message? Anybody have an idea on what we could do for message lesson? Because that was kind of, what?
Megaphone.
A megaphone might work. What else might work for a message or a lesson or a theme? Because they didn't include it, but it's important.
A trophy.
So you guys are gonna have to come up with your own symbol for a thought bubble. Ooh, a thought bubble might be good. Oh, I know what. A light bulb. A light bulb. It'd be easy to make a light bulb going, okay, light bulb, we gotta think about this. What's the message lesson? I think a light bulb might be a good one, you guys. It'll be easy to make as well as a little light bulb. What I like about this, you guys, is now we are focusing on common language. We all choose the same thing. Here's what's going to be a problem, you guys, is if someone uses a thought bubble and someone uses a microphone and someone uses a light bulb, you might like that symbol better, but how is that a detriment to kids? Everybody's speaking a different language. So when you say microphone, that means nothing to them if the teacher before you is using the light bulb. So here's my point. Common language. All of you use the same word. That's going to be really important here. All right. 8 things helpful. Do you now have a better idea on how to assess a retell and how to assess a story? Any questions? Yes.
That makes so much sense to me. I teach kindergarten through 8th grade and how we do it. But I noticed several years ago, kids went to the high school and they asked them to write, I think the word was essay, and the rural schools hadn't been using that word. And the kids acted like they didn't want to do it. So your common language is a great idea, but you also have to give them those other terms so that
Absolutely.
they can
cross that line where it's like, oh, you mean like paper,
Right.
or.
I totally agree. Now, one of the things that's come up as an issue because we don't use common language and we don't even use common strategies, by the way. Because we don't have a year-long plan and we've not really identified key strategies that are what we call high leverage strategies, then everybody's doing their own thing. And so everybody has their different language. It's really kind of interesting to see what teachers use. And there's a lot of different ways to say something, which isn't necessarily helpful for kids. So one of the things that we did in one of our schools is we created a list of key vocabulary terms we wanted to make sure our kids all knew. But there was also, the list was of all the words we're using, all the terms we're using that we all use. So that we were calling an essay, we were calling a paragraph, we were calling all the things that we know are an essay. We made a list of those with the definition, but we also included like an elementary list, a middle school list, and a high school, because I'm gonna use a BME for elementary, a BME up into middle school, but at high school, I'm gonna use the, you guys know what that is, where you do the story arc? Because high school teachers are not going to use the BME, they're going to use the story arc. It's still in that story arc, there's still the 8 components, but they're going to use something different. So when our kids move, I would say from 5th grade to 6th grade, if their middle school is using the story arc, then 5th grade needs to start with the BME, but then they need to go to what? The story arc, because the 8 components are going to still be the same. So you guys, as a district, that is going to be key. What is the common language that we're all going to use? So for kids, there's this idea of when they go to the next grade, they don't have to relearn stuff. When they go to the next grade, it's this relearning. So then we get really frustrated, guys, because we always have to reteach. Why is that? Because everyone below me is doing great stuff, but it's all what? So different. So this is where some commons have to be in place. So kids get extra hits every year on the same skill and strategy. I think that might change if we focus on skills and strategies and not activities. But be thinking about that. I have a list if you want that. I have a kind of a generated list of language I use that might be helpful if you'd like that. I do have a copy of that. You guys are fabulous. Give yourself a round of applause. You did a fabulous job. Here's your action plan before we go to lunch. You get an hour for lunch. So I want you back at 12:45. No later. I'm going to start at 12:45. But before you go, we have to close the learning loop. So now I want you to look through your notes, and I want you to tell your partner the biggest aha from this morning. Your biggest aha from this morning, the biggest learning from this morning. And once you tell your partner that, then you may go to lunch. Here we go. All right, would everyone turn to page 20 to start with? Page 20, it looks like this. Okay, there are 4 big dogs when it comes to collaboration in narrative writing. Okay, there are 4 elaborations that I want to make sure my students include. So action is one, description is another, dialogue and thoughts and feelings. Those are the 4 key elaboration strategies I want to make sure that my kids have in their writing. It's going to be kind of on their checklist. Did you include action somewhere? Did you include description somewhere? Did you include dialogue? Did you include thoughts and feelings? First, a minute as you think about those 4, which is going to be the easiest for kids to do and which is going to be the most difficult? Turn to talk real quick. Of those 4, what do you think? Which one's going to be the easiest? Which ones are going to be the most difficult for kids? What do you guys think? Anyone want to throw out their idea? Which is the easiest? What do you guys think? Action, because boy, from when they were little, we talk about action, right? I think that's the easiest. What do you think is going to be the most difficult for kids? Thoughts and feelings, yes, because it's inferred. It isn't often, it's often not stated explicitly. So yeah, that's tough for them to put in their thoughts and feelings. So I usually start out, here's my revision strategy for the thoughts and feelings. When a student says he was sad, we stop and say, okay, how can we rewrite that so we're not saying he was sad? So it's a really good idea to pull out some really easy, explicit thoughts and feelings, and then say, now how can we re-say that, rewrite that, so it's showing me that they're sad, not telling me that they're sad, right? So this is all about making some notes. This is about showing, not telling. So this is about showing, not telling. And we got to figure that out. So here's what I would do. Again, not telling. And we're going to continue to work on these strategies this year, but this is the strategy that I use. Okay. This is telling over here. And this is showing. Okay. So I'm going to see what you guys come up with. So telling is he was sad. Now with your partner, without using the word sad, what would that look like? Turn and talk. See if you can change that over on the other side. So he was sad. How am I going to show that? Come up with a couple sentences with your partner. What might I say instead of he was sad? So I'm going to talk about the fact that this little boy was what? Crying. What else might I say other than he was sad? How else might I show that he was sad? He had his body language showed me that he was sad, right? Body language totally told me that in my illustration that he was sad. Anything else? What's another idea? See how I'm giving them ideas on how to say it differently? He was sad. And then I'm going to say, okay, good job. And I'm going to say to them, you know what I noticed today, writers? I noticed that a lot of you said she was happy. So you see, I'm going to give them examples of what I actually see them doing. Now talk to your partner. How might I show that she was happy? Turn and talk. What might I say? What would that look like? She was jumping for joy. She had the biggest grin on her face. You see, guys, this is a really good revision strategy. Let them say he was sad, she was sad, they were, mean. But then you say as a mini lesson, instead of saying John, Susie, Sam, you didn't do it. Instead of that, I'm going to say to them, hey, writers, yesterday I noticed that there were many of us that were really telling the reader about the thoughts and feelings. So today I'm going to give you a strategy on how to change that. And so today when I say off you go and you're back at your seat writing independently, your job today is to go and circle all of the telling, if you have any, and immediately rewrite it. Now, how are they going to do it if it's a rough draft already? I'm going to make them put it on a piece of paper and glue it or staple it to it. So their rough draft's going to look very messy, because if you don't make it messy, it's going to be their final. And so I want them to cut up. Sometimes I'll even cut up their story and tape in the replacement of he was sad, and then it's just long. It starts to get this long. There's arms sticking out. I do a lot of things with their rough draft before they can actually do their final. And by the way, initially, you guys, I don't even score a final. They're turning in the rough draft, because we're teaching them. If we always just accept their final, what are we teaching? That's the most important part. It really isn't. It's all the steps below the final. So for a while, it's turn in your planning page, turn in your planning page, turn in your planning page. We're stopping right there. And then we're going to talk about the next step. Now we got to go from planning to rough draft. So we're going to do rough draft, turn it in, rough draft, turn it in, rough draft, turn it in. And then I'm going to say, now it's time to take one of your rough drafts and make it into your final. Do you see the difference now? Didn't do it that way. I took a topic and I said, go. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. Kids ignored all the stuff that we taught and turned in the what? But you know why they do? Is because that's all you're asking them to turn in is their final. Had a little small moment just before school was out. My grandson was telling me about their assessment at the end of the year, and he had to write an essay at the end of the year. So we were sitting on the couch, and I was asking him, well, how did it go? How did testing go? He's a little 5th grader going into 6th grade. And I said, tell me how it went. And he knows that I'm the writing Mimi, because I make my grandkids come to me in grandma camp for one day of school, and I teach them how to write, use green, yellow, and red. So I'm even teaching my grandkids how to do that. So he knows I'm all about writing, and he knows that his teacher isn't very strong in writing. So he compares, unfortunately, me to her. It's not good, you guys. I said, you can't do that. She's just learning. But he said, Mimi, it's Cruz. He said, Mimi, do you make your kids turn in their rough draft before they they do their final? I said, absolutely. I said, what about your teacher? And she goes, well, kind of. She kind of says we need to, but you know what I did? I wrote my final first and then went back and turned in the plan sheet. So he didn't even do the rough draft. He turned in his plan after he did his final. What's wrong with that, you guys? He knew he had to turn in his planning page and his rough, and he didn't even have to turn in his rough draft. He had to turn in his planning page and his final. He immediately went right to writing his final, and then he forgot, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to turn in my planning page. So he took his final and went back in, planned it, and then turned it both in. Well, that's backwards. However, for him, because he's a smart kid, did it make sense to him? He did pretty good, probably did pretty good on his final, so he really didn't need to worry about it. So for my kids who can actually go to a final with that planning in their head, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about all the other kids who turn in a final that's an F or a D or however you grade that, and they haven't done the planning page. So really this is for your kids who really do not know how to organize a final. Here's another rule. If my student says, this is Westerberg, especially at the upper grades, do I have to turn in a planning page? Tell them, well, you can. But if you don't get all of the components on your checklist, what's going to happen? You're going to have to go back and do the planning. So I let them try it because they think they're smart and they can do it without it. And then I score it and they've missed number 6, 7, 5, and they've missed a few. That's where I get them. I'll say, Sam, you didn't score an A on this. And I feel like it's because of the planning. You missed some points. So now you can't just write a final. You have to do the planning until you can prove to me that you can do a final without the what? Because the plan, some of our kids are so smart they can do the planning up here. How many percentage of kids that can do that though? Not many, right? Not many. So we got to just be mindful of that and not go backwards. So really giving them some strategies when they're doing their rough draft and then letting them just turn in the rough drafts for grades without the final. The final is the fancy up. I want a lot of fix up. So my little kids, I go, we're going to fix up. And then at the end, we're going to fancy up. That to me is the end, where they're putting in color and making sure it's just perfect. For kids, I think we just got to get rid of that final and do a lot of rough drafts along the way. All right, so how am I going to do this? Here's another strategy. I'm not going to actually do this. We might do this with another picture book in October, but I wanted to show you this because one way to get your kids to do these 4, which are on the rubrics, and most state rubrics, you'll see these as their elaborations, examples of elaborations. For a while, when they're reading a picture book, they're going to actually sketch and label an action that they see. So they're going to sketch and label an action they see in a book that I've read or a story that you've read to them. They're going to sketch and label a description. They're going to sketch and label a dialogue, and they're going to sketch and label a thought and feeling. Do you see how they're going to recognize where they are in mentor text before I say, guys, when you're thinking of elaborations, you have to, in order for you to pass this, you have to make sure that you have at least one action, one description, one dialogue, and one thought and feeling. Now, obviously, I don't want 20. One's a starting place. I like the number 3. So then give me a couple in each of those. That would be fabulous. That's really what I'm wanting. So here is my learning objective for when I'm working on elaborations. And again, yesterday we talked about one of the principals said, well, where do you normally see the elaboration? And I said mostly in the middle, but that's incorrect. You can see these elaborations in the beginning of the story, in the middle of the story, and at the end of the story. It isn't just in one place, but maybe you start with just one part of the text before you move it. Or you say, is action a good one to start with in the beginning of the story? You're gonna have to kind of teach that. My objective is I can identify elaborations in a story. That would be the objective for the day for me if I was doing an I can statement, because we're looking for elaboration. Now here's an example. Everybody have that? Here's an example, really small, because we're not going to do it today, where this is what kids would do. This is Little Oink. Oh my gosh, the cutest book called Little Oink by Amy Rosenthal. She has Little Oink, Little P, and Little Hoops. There's 3 of them. You guys, they are adorable, all with a really good lesson to them. And so even though it's pretty low level in terms of the picture book, I would use those for middle school to really give them an idea of these elaborations. And every one of these books has action, description, dialogue, and thought. So it's Little Oink, it's about a little pig that likes to be clean. He likes to be neat. And his parents, you know what, pigs are pretty what? Messy, and he does not want to be messy. And his parents are making him be messy, and he does not like to be messy. This book is so cute. So we're going to read this book and talk about, well, what actions? Well, in this book, he had to unmake his bed, so it was messy. He had to unfold his clothes because it's messy. And he had to toss his towels on the floor because that's messy, right? Description, it describes all the toys in his room that he had to pick up. 10 toys, 9 toys, 8 toys, 7 toys. So they're picking out, what a mess, toys and balls, drums and ping pong paddles. The bin was empty. For little kids, they might just sketch and label. For my older kids, they're adding words to it, right? So then again, another model of how they might describe it. Dialogue, talking bubbles at the K1. What do we call this at the 2-5? Dialogue, right? I still see toys in their bin. So then they actually find an example of really good dialogue and they sketch and label. And then thoughts and feelings, it was another bubble because it represents his thoughts. When I grow up, I'm going to let my kids clean up my room as much as they want. That's thoughts and feelings. He was pretty upset about that. So again, I'm going to talk about the inferring here of how he was feeling. He did not want to be a messy pig. A good example of that. All right, so because we're not doing it, turn and talk. How might you do this with your kids in September? Because it's another really good one when you're having kids retell a story. Turn and talk. What do you guys think? Okay, so as you guys are talking about it again, I can really emphasize elaborations when I'm doing retail from September until I actually start my unit of study. You guys see how doing these during your reading time, practicing them during your reading time is going to help kids apply it to their what? Writing. And I did not get that the first 10 years of my teaching. I didn't even know. No one told me that. My undergraduate was pretty poor in terms of teaching kids how to write. I didn't realize how important it was to teach them in isolation the strategy so they could practice it during reading and apply it during writing. That's really how we need to think of these strategies. Teach it in isolation, practice it in reading, practice it, practice it, practice it. Oh, now I can apply it to writing, because in writing, I don't have the time to teach all that stuff because I got to get them to take a piece and move it through the writing process. So this is so good to connect your writing with your reading as much as possible. In terms of your text in your core, when core says that, be careful of repeating what I said because your building, your district might not agree, but I'm all about using the core as a resource, not as the Bible that I have to do every day. So to me, reading core is about the skills that I'm teaching them. And to me, the mentor text is what can come and go. But some districts don't let you guys do that. They want you to, with fidelity, use everything. And so then when I'm in a core curriculum and the text is really boring, I'm not using it. I'm going to find something that is engaging and accessible to my kids, because otherwise they're not going to want to do it. So I mean, that's just my feeling. And I know you're going to have to be careful about that depending on your administrator and your district, because sometimes they're saying with fidelity, you can't change anything out. But you guys, our goal is to teach skills and strategies, not a story, right? Can we find better mentor texts to help our kids with the skill and the strategy? Kind of my opinion. But don't tell them who told you that, okay? Because sometimes I get in trouble because I'll say, I think you could pull that up. No, Yolanda, they cannot do that. So I get that sometimes as well. All right, let's talk about Let's talk about some keywords here. Movement, you guys. We're looking for movement and action. Description. You guys know description, but I'm going to bring in 5 senses here. So that you'll see in the packet, there is an actually handout that really looks at the 5 senses. And then again, I use that document. In fact, let's look at it right now so you can see it and put a sticky note. It is, because I use this with my little kiddos, but with all my kids. Go to page 6. So when they are describing something and we're looking at mentor text, they have to see if they can find the examples of the 5 senses. So they're telling me, oh, in Fly Guy, he felt grumpy, or he did, so I can actually put in specific. So this is, what I taste, what I smell, or what I feel. Each of these is my feeling. So I'm using this graphic organizer to help kids when they're reading text to identify the 5 senses. So put a sticky note here, because this is a really good one when they're doing a little scavenger hunt in a book and trying to find the 5 senses that they can see in a book. So much about reading comprehension, but so much about moving it and applying it into writing. So this is one of the ones that I like for that. Okay, so senses, it's that document. Remember dialogue. Here's what you want to write in the dialogue box. It's other ways to say sad. You're going to have to, I'm going to give you a strategy on how I'm going to help them with it. Other ways to say sad. We already did the telling and the showing part. So it's other ways to say sad. So what I'd like you to do is turn to page, gotta find the page again. It's your ABC taxonomy sheet towards the front, page 7. Now you can blow this up on one big page too. These are on half pages, but you definitely could make this one big page. If you want the template for the one big page, I have that. You can always email me and I can send you the big template. But I just decided for practice, I'd do 2 little sheets. If it's too small for your kids, you may want the big sheet. Okay, so in this is called the ABC taxonomy. What's it called? I'm going to show you different ways that you can use it. Okay, on the top part, we're going to really work on the skill of vocabulary and working on the skill of dialogue. So we're going to go T equals the word said, because dialogue we know is really important. But what I'm seeing, writers, is that a lot of you are using said over and over and over again. So we've got to replace that word said. My rule is you can use said once, but after that, you're going to have to find other higher level precise language to repeat the word said. So now we're going to play a little game. I'm going to give you an example of what you're going to do, and then the team that gives the most in our time frame is the winner. Okay, they'll get extra candy or maybe $1 million check in the mail someday. But what I want you to do, or maybe you might get a little something. We'll see what I have. The team that wins. All right. So what you're going to do in your time frame is you're going to choose, come up with as many words based on that beginning letter, as many as you can, and you can put more than one word in each box. So for example, I could say, it could come down to, and everybody gets this one, this is your first point. I could say G giggled. You see what you're doing? You're finding other words, synonyms, to replace the word said. The children giggled as they yelled, hey, you see what you're doing here? You're finding words to replace them, and you're doing as many, and you're working together as a group. My rule is everybody has to write. Number 1, everyone has to write, and you can go anywhere on the page, and you're trying to do as many as you can in 2 or 3 minutes. I'll tell you when to stop. Ready? Go. I'm looking for the total number, so it doesn't have to necessarily go in order. Total number, other words to replace that. And you can put more than one word on the line. So if you find two G words, that's even better. Yeah, you can double up the letter.
One, usually.
Extra points if you can find one for every letter. And EX counts for X, by the way, just to let you know. I count EX as an X. But you also have to have me too. But yeah, just a little cheating there. So extra points if you can find one for every. Extra points if you can double up a word. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. Count your words. How many? Count your words. Count your words in your group. Each group, tell me now. I want a presenter in each group, so you guys decide who your presenter is. Do your, earliest, youngest, longest term, however. Finger on the nose, however you decide. We need one presenter. Now, here's how we're gonna play the game. First of all, I'm gonna give you some points. Yeah, well, first of all, you get however many words you have. So write the number somewhere on there of how many words you actually came up with. Okay, so that's gonna be how many points you start with. The kids love competition, they love it. Okay, you get 5 extra points if you found a word for every alphabet letter. If not, you don't get the 5 points everyone. Did anybody get that? Okay, okay. So now you're going to get extra points if you share a word nobody else got. Okay, so if you share a word and you have it, there's your check, you're gonna raise your hand. If you share a word and nobody has it, you get an extra point. Does that make it? This team would get an extra point. That's how we're gonna know our points. Does that make sense? Everybody have a presenter? Okay, group 1, yes. Group 2, do you have a question?
No.
Okay, wait, hold on. Group 1. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, Group 5, Group 6, okay? So here we go. Who's the presenter? Raise your hand if you're the presenter. I need to know who the presenter is. Good job. We have a presenter. Oh, we have a group head. It hasn't decided yet. Oh, everybody pointed. Yes, you. Okay. So be mindful of which word to pick, because if anybody in the group has it, there's your check. You wouldn't get a point. Okay, ready? Say the word to them. Which one of your words?
Argued.
Argued. Anybody have it? Raise your hand. Ooh, extra point. Give yourself an extra point. Nice job. If you don't have argued, guess what you get to do? Add it right now. Okay, group 2, another word. Bald. Bald, B-A-W-L-E-D. I love bald. Could be B-A-L-L-E-D. I love that word because you know how it's pronounced and what kids might think. Anyone have bald? Oh, extra point. Everybody add it. There's your plus. Okay, remember, check, got it, at, plus, add it. Okay, so remember, if you have it, you have to check it. You have it. If you don't, you're going to write it, but put a plus. That's revision, you guys. Get them to do those pluses because that's another kind of component for doing the adding and revision. Okay, group 3. Called.
Got it.
Got it. Good job, but not an extra point. This group.
Denounced.
What? Denounce. Oh, like, ooh, and that's true. Extra point. Anybody have it? Are you gonna add it to your D-list? Yes. Next group.
We're going in order, correct?
No, you can pick whatever you want. No, yeah, you can pick whatever one you want. I'm picking the hardest one, by the way, because I want the extra point, right? So don't go in order. Pick anyone. Okay, Matt.
Minute.
Minute.
Oh, we haven't.
They haven't. See how we're even having fun with it. Okay, this group.
Formulated.
Formulated. Okay, now here's the deal. Sometimes students will give you a word that is not a replaceable. It's not would work. So if I always say we're going to be able to kindly debate, we're not going to say, no, that doesn't work, but we're going to raise our hand and say, hey, I'd like to challenge that. Do you see what we're doing? So if a student gives one, especially with me as a teacher, and I know it's wrong, I'm going to say, I'm going to challenge that. Anybody want to join me? And then if nobody challenges and it's still wrong, I'm going to definitely want to say something because you want to get it off the page, but they still get a point for that because nobody has challenged them. So it's a good way to say, now listening, is that really a good said word? How might I use it? Now here's I'm going to challenge. Could you use that word in a dialogue sentence for me? Let's see if we can do that. See how I'm going to do that? I'm not going to say, no, that's wrong. I'm going to say, put your heads together and see if you can use that in an actual sentence. That's how I would do that. Right, and you guys would be able to figure it out. But see, those are some of the things that you're going to have to troubleshoot when you're doing this. Okay, one more round. Another word, let's see what we've got. One more round. Ready? What's your word?
Reminisce.
Reminisce. Ooh, oh, see, that's another ooh word. Anybody have it? Oh, you guys, extra point. Group 2.
Monologue.
Monologue. Anybody want to challenge that? If you can't see it, picture it, you need to challenge so that that person can use it in a dialogue sentence. Nobody challenging? Good. Nobody has it. Good point. This group. Stutter. Anybody have it? Ooh, good job. Stutter. Extra point for you guys. This group.
Proposition.
Propositions. You guys are like higher level. You're getting my what I call $1 million words. I usually call my good words $1 million words and my low words wimpy words. So they're my $1 million words, those are my wimpy words, so that they know the difference between the two. Okay, this group.
Jousting.
Jousting?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you guys think? Anybody want to challenge that? If you can't picture it? Oh, we've got a challenge. Or I'm gonna challenge you guys.
I don't know,
I mean, jousting. Is it like picking on, like, yeah, each other, like?
But
Okay.
you could say one said.
That's what that's where the challenge. So I'm gonna say, what do you guys challenge? Yes or no? Challenge it. I'd have to see it. If you guys write my, you can give me an example. I want you to repeat that, because that might not work. You see how I'm gonna do that with kids? That might not work. But this was good because somebody challenged and it sounded good and it felt a good word, but when you actually go to application, I'm not sure if I could use that in a way, but I always say, put your head together and see if you guys can come up with something. Because I'm gonna challenge you guys to try to make that work. Okay? This group.
Insinuated.
Ooh, insinuated. Okay, any challenges on that? Okay, nice job, good job. Okay, do you see how we're gonna play the game? Could I do this over and over again? Yes, I could. Kids love it. There are a couple of different ways that you can do this. For my little kiddos, it just might be a T-chart with some words that just look like that. So I want to show you with my little kiddos, it just might be a T-chart or a list on chart paper that's up for kids, okay? It isn't playing the game. So very easy for you to do it in this way, or my kids at the intermediate and the secondary love the ABC taxonomy because it's just a fun game and now they have a list. So you're gonna have to think of two different things here. I would probably put it on chart paper so it's visible for kids. That word wall is really important, but I'd also make them put it in their notebook under vocabulary. So thinking of how they're keeping track of all of their strategies is gonna be really important. I would probably have a vocabulary section in their notebook for all the strategy, vocabulary strategies I'm gonna give them, like the Frayer model, like the word worm, and like the ABC taxonomy. There's lots of things I'm gonna, other strategies I'm gonna give them. Using morphology to break down words, all those things I'm gonna do. So I would have an extra vocabulary section in your notebook just for this kind of stuff. Okay, yeah.
A very serious question.
Yes.
Did anyone get something for Z? Zing.
What?
Zinger. Like zinged, okay.
What is that? See?
Yeah. Who got?
Who got K? Any Ks? What's the debatable one?
Kicked, like, they kicked an idea around, I don't know, she kicked back.
But that, you guys have to decide. That might be a hard one. I might challenge that. Here's where you gotta be really careful because it feels a little bit more like what kids, the informal language. What? Kidded. Oh, kidded. Any other words you need?
She knew.
She knew?
Like, she kidded. Knowing. Yeah.
You guys, this is a great way, a great place to talk about. You guys, our kids are leaving elementary not knowing their parts of speech, I'm just telling you. I was with the middle school group and asking them what an adjective was, and nobody in that room could tell me what an adjective was. I think once I gave them some hints, they did, but they seriously are not going to the next level, knowing their parts of speech. A part of speech is important, and I teach parts of speech by not giving them a handout, you guys. I teach parts of speech when I'm teaching them how to write a good sentence. That's when I say we're gonna add an adverb. That's when I say you need a strong verb. That's when I say, oh, you've got a good subject here. Where should that subject go? So that's where I'm teaching my parts of speech, not a handout. Those handouts are not transferring to kids in the writing. We're teaching it. They're filling out the handout to get the A or the 100%, but they're not transferring it over to their writing and still not saying high level. The only way that I'm seeing a difference is their sentence mastery work. So we'll work on that here in October and in April, and what does your sentence mastery look like, your structure for that?
Like, would it be, I'm wondering, I have a friend who teaches, she's taught middle school, but she's that's really speech substance. And it's got something.
For like writing, teaching it through a sentence writing? Okay, so I have a really strong opinion about this, you guys, because the only reason I have a strong opinion is when I didn't do well on it when I was first teaching, because I didn't know how. But the more I'm working with teachers, and the more that I'm seeing, I'm working with assessments, I assess at the state level, so I see lots of writing in numerous states on what kids are doing and not doing. And in the classroom, we're teaching teachers how to set up assessments so that we have, data drive instruction. So if we don't have the data, how do we know what they know, don't know? So data is really critical. So based on data, you guys, kids just are not doing the deal, and by giving them just a handout on adverbs and a handout on verbs and a handout. So really what I have spent and seen improvement on is I have to have a 10-minute, 15-minute, 3 times a week where all I'm doing my day is working on sentence variety and sentence mastery. Now that's another 10 or 15 minutes you're gonna have to put in there, but guys, it would be well worth it. Yeah. So you're gonna have to find a time where I call it my foundation time, about 15 minutes in my day, where I get to work on strategies that they need. And I start out for 3 days, and it's 3 days a week. You could do it 5 days, that would be really better. at least 3 days a week, you need to spend 15 minutes on teaching them how to write good sentences. And when I do that, like a 3-part sentence of who, an action, a where, then I can work on parts of speech and I can work on convention. It's not an isolated separate piece. Do you guys agree? The problem is going to be finding what? Time is an issue, guys. You're going to have to let go of some stuff that maybe you think is important, is the best thing because you like it, but maybe I'm going to have to give up that darn chocolate unit that I used to love because it isn't meeting what I need it to meet. I'm going to move some things around so that I have 15 minutes of sentence development. Why? And here's how my principal couldn't argue with me about this. Because if he said, Yolanda, you don't have an extra 15 minutes to do that, I can say, can I tell you how many skills I'm practicing when I'm doing this with kids? I'm practicing a complete sentence, a complex sentence. I'm teaching conventions. I'm teaching parts of speech. I'm teaching fluency because they have to read their sentences. Why not, would that not be a good use of time? So guys, defend what you're doing. That sentence mastery time is golden because how many skills minimum that I'm teaching them? 5 plus handwriting, right? Then dictation, vocabulary. There's just so many things you're teaching them. But I think because sentence mastery has been such a big issue, I'm going to say you need a 15-minute time 3 times a week, even 2 times a week would be better than nothing. So can you tell your partner, can you find some time to work on sentence mastery? And if you say yes, then I've got some resources for you that will be helpful to do that. Turn and talk. What do you guys think for sentence mastery?
Yeah. That's what I. Like I were to find. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said. It sounded. She had to go talk. Yeah, and we, yeah, but. What I've heard in person. That's a huge bucket.
Okay, let's look at the bottom of this. I wanted to show you a different way because I always like to use some strategy a couple of different ways. So on the top, I'm using the ABC taxonomy for vocabulary to just come up with words for sad. By the way, you can even do the ABC taxonomy and write the word happy and have them write a whole bunch of words, or the word sad. I always look at what words, wimpy words they're using and say, okay, guys, get out your ABC taxonomy sheet. We're going to have to come up with some synonyms for the word sad because too many of you are using that wimpy word. You see how you can do that, or just feeling words. Another one for this, make a little note, feeling words would be good here. What are some feeling words that I could use? So this would be another way to brainstorm feeling words, not just words that replace the word sad. Also, just for FYI, this kind of vocabulary is different than if you were doing an opinion. So just know it's different. The said for opinion is different than the said for dialogue. So just know there is a difference between the two. So that's another way. Now let's go to the bottom because this is another fun way to change up the brainstorm. Now, normally when I'm teaching them step 1 of the writing process, which is to brainstorm, I use a circle chart. So in that big circle chart, I'll say T equals your family pets. And then they just brainstorm all their ideas around the circle chart. That's the one that I normally go, that's my first go-to is the circle chart. Okay, they're gonna write about their cat. What do we know about their cat? That's step 1 of the writing process. Now you can't just go to writing after that or planning. You have to kind of organize that first. But for a narrative prompt, if you don't want to do the circle chart and want to change this up, then you can use this for brainstorming ideas that start with the letter A. Now, here's what's going to really help. If I know the prompt that they're going to be writing to is a prompt about an adventure in the rainforest with a volcano, or up in the forest and they are traveling to a volcano, maybe that's their prompt. Their family is going on a trip to go visit a volcano. Let's just say my prompt, it's going to be more than that, but let's just for the sake here, they're writing about, because I have to give them some on-demand prompts where I give it to them. Now, less of that or their own, because they need to be writing about what they're interested in. But I have to also get them ready for that state exam or that assessment in my room. They're going to have a performance task in my room that's narrative. So I'm going to give them a prompt. They can either use a circle chart to brainstorm all of the words, or they can use an ABC taxonomy. Now, here's why the ABC taxonomy is really good. In most prompts at the state level, if they're given a narrative, they're still given informative text about a volcano, because they have to still bring in realistic, real things about the volcano inside their story. Is that making sense? So we know informative, they have text-based evidence, but in a narrative, they're going to get a informative article that is about the topic they're writing a story about. Do you think that's confusing for kids? Because they're reading an informative about volcanoes, but they have to write a story. They're never going to be able to do this well unless we have put in the time and instructed that. So I have to teach them, oh my goodness, we're reading about a volcano, so I have to read this article because in my story, it's realistic fiction. So I have to use some of the same things that I know that's real about a volcano in my story. So for example, if my prompt is about visiting a volcano, so my narrative prompt is all about my visit to a volcano, I might show them a video about volcanoes. And when we get to words, they can write those words in. So let's just say we're watching a video about an informative video about volcanoes. Now, you don't have that right now, but I'm going to have you now list words that you know and can anticipate would be in a video about volcanoes. Ready? You're doing this with your team. Ready, go. Any word about volcanoes. All the words you know, text-based evidence, all the words in volcano. Oh, you guys are so good as a team. Lava. Everybody have my L. Everybody can start with the L. Lava. Now, also adding in words that aren't necessarily from the article or video, but just words you would want them to include about their adventure to the volcano. You can actually mix this up. Here's the other thing I would differentiate, you guys. If lava was the word that I pulled out from an article, I would put TBE there. If I would say adventure, that's a word I'm going to use because it would be really good, but it wasn't necessarily used in the article, then I just keep it. It's good. O-U-R, adventure. How do you guys put it?
You are.
Oh, there we go. I'm a good speller, but sometimes it doesn't look right. Okay, do you see adventure? I know I'm going to want to use that word, but it wasn't necessarily in the mentor text that I read. So I'm going to leave it blank, but keep it in there. Okay, let's stop and add one more. Let's just do really quickly. What's one of your words from lava? Just so you guys, I mean, for volcano. What was the one word you came up with? Erupted. If you don't have it added, erupted. Yes. Now here's where you're going to have to be careful. How am I going to use the word magma? Because that's a tier 3 word, right? So it doesn't sound informative. That's going to be the tricky part because they're going to be careful here. Because they're going to want to start writing like it's an informative, not a story. You have to be careful about that. What would I say about how would I use magma so it's a part of my story, not just a piece of information that's okay. What about over here? What? Did you guys hear that? Spell it for everybody.
T-E-P-H-R-A,
Tephra. Okay. Again, probably right from text. Good job. What about this group? Fissure, ooh, fissure. I'm gonna make you do something in a minute because you guys are using some great tier 3 vocabulary, but I want, you're gonna come back now and have to give me an example of it in the story. Which word?
I put heat.
Heat. Thank you. That's low level, but it's probably really important that now I might want to think of sometimes, here's be careful, there's gotta be a balance of normal words and then high level. Sometimes kids want to type all these words with some higher level, it's like almost too much. So there has to be a real balance of that as well. What about you guys?
Igneous.
Igneous. Destruction. All right, you guys. I love all your words. There are a lot of tier 3. Now put your head together and now you have to give me an example on making it sound like a narrative, part of a narrative story. Go. You got to come up with an example that you're going to share with the words you each picked out. And give me a little bit of a theme. You got to give me a little scene with your words. What happened to word tape?
Well, we're just doing it, and then.
You guys, are you ready?
You know,
Everybody ready? Okay, eyes over here. Thumbs up if you can see it in your head. Thumbs up if you can see it. Nothing if you're struggling with their example. But if you could really see how they use their word and it really sounds narrative-like, you're going to give them a thumbs up. Ready, go.
My family and I visited Hawaii this summer and saw the destruction that the volcano caused. There were cars buried in the lava and burnt trees and houses.
Thumbs up. Yeah, that was a story. Okay, district.
The mountain was covered in the most beautiful igneous rock I've ever seen.
Ooh, thumbs up. Yeah, what would even be better is this is how I would get feedback. I can't picture that. What the igneous rock looks like. You're gonna add that. See how I'm gonna do that with kids? They're gonna use it, but sometimes I can't see it. So I'll say, prove it. Prove it. Give me some more. I need more. Give me some more. Tell me the next sentence would be describing that igneous rock. I don't have an idea what igneous rock looks like. Okay, this group.
Sure. Volcanoes have an immense amount of heat due to the temperature of molten lava inside.
Okay, does that sound more informative or more narrative?
So sorry.
I love it.
We can feel the immense.
Oh. See how it isn't a negative, but we're all coming together and helping and encourage. I love it. It's okay, but you can have kids just who really skipped out and didn't get.
I did that on purpose.
Yeah, you did that. It was a teachable moment. By the way, you guys quickly changed it, right? You totally, but did you see how what kids are gonna do? They're gonna make it sound informative in that story, and I don't want that. Okay, you guys, what about you? Ooh, is that good? Now, what do you think my feedback is gonna be?
Describe it.
Describe it. See, here's now I'm gonna use an elaboration. Describe it, because I'm not sure if I've never seen it, heard it, what that is. So good job. This table.
All of a sudden, the volcano erupted in front of us.
Ooh, good. Thumbs up. Yes, more narrative. Nice job. Hopefully we'll follow up with what erupted is, because I don't know what that looks like. So again, I say, oh my goodness, that's a good start. Could you give me more? There's my encouragement. Can you give me more and tell me how. What it looks like? Okay, this group back here.
I couldn't believe how much pepper can come from the book.
Yes? What's the next sentence though?
Describing it.
I don't know what that is, right? So if you just use that, I'm gonna be lost as a reader because it's one of those words that I have no clue depending on my knowledge and background. So nice job. Your next sentence would be a definition. But that's gotta be careful because definitions then move it back to what kind of writing you guys. Informational writing, absolutely. All right, turn and talk. How are you gonna use that at the beginning of the year? How are you gonna use that? Could you say teachable school and have everybody use it and brainstorm all the things they know about school? You guys, phase 1. Teach this with something they know and love. Don't get it into hard content yet. So my phase 1 would be, let's do an ABC taxonomy on everything that we know about our school. That might be a good way to get this going with something they can now contribute. All right, turn and talk. How are you going to use this?
did all.
All right, guys, would you go to page 24 in your packet? Page 24, please. We're going to work on the strategy of the retail Airbnb. And I'm going to show you how to do a retail using the storyboard. Okay, so I'm going to actually show you what I would do as a lesson here. I've done this numerous times in classrooms, because one of the things that I do as an instructor or a consultant in many districts is I train, but then I go into schools and I actually model these lessons in front of teachers. So that's the one thing I do. I never teach something that I'm not willing to actually model. So I've modeled this numerous times with different grade levels at the intermediate level. I've done a little modified one with my K1-2 kiddos. I've done the elaboration sheet with my K1-2 kiddos. So everything that I'm doing with these guys, I do, but modify it, make it look appropriate for the grade level. So one of the things that I do when I get about 45-minute hour time with them, usually didn't take set amount of time. I want my kid to take some notes on what we're looking for, and then I'm gonna read a book, or we're gonna watch a video, and then we're gonna actually fill in the BME. So this is the BME strategy. You're gonna see the whole thing in its entirety, but then after I get done, I'm gonna show you how I'm gonna scaffold that and only do parts of it to begin with, because all of it is too much, right? It's a lot, but this is our end goal. The reason it's our end goal, you guys, is because we're going to use it for retelling, but this becomes their planning page. So make a note. This is what they have to use to plan their story before they can even write it. Okay, so this is their planning page. This is their page for retelling, but this is also their planning page for writing. So it's a twofer. They're going to use this for retelling, and they're going to use it to plan their own story. Okay, so that's kind of that's the two for retell and planning. So we always want to put the name of our story. This is the title of our book. We usually like title and author, right? We want that, both title and author, as one thing that we're going to do on our paper, title and author. And I want to go through now, you guys, I've already given you the 8 points. So now we're going to take notes. So kids I've already told them the 8 components. They probably have that I've given that handout in their notebook, so they have it. So they have their checklist, so they always know what the 8 things they're going to do. And now we're going to take notes. So writers, we're going to be working on retelling a story, a realistic fiction story. So I want to go through the notes so that you know what everything is called. So in the beginning of the story, take your purple highlighter, underline beginning, and the beginning, the symbol we're going to use for a narrative is our purple crayon. Now, you guys, you can make extra copies of these on the website. You can make another one. So actually do this so you have the copy of that. I tell them there are 5 things we're looking for in the beginning of a story. The first thing we're looking for is characters with you guys already know that, right? So we're going to write goals. So my kids are going to actually take notes. This is going to go in their folder. So if they forget, they're not going to come to me and ask, because guess what I'm going to tell them? Go back to your handout, your template. That's going to tell you, right now I'm working with Susan. So you've got to go find this on your own. Okay, number 2, we're looking for the setting. We're looking for the where, that's the place, and the when, that's the time. Okay, so now that's the second thing that we're going to be looking for, right? Now, I want them to know when we're thinking about this, I always use that ho-hum word. It's a ho-hum day until number 3. So we're doing the character and the setting, and then we're going to say it's a ho-hum day until the initiating event. That's the kickoff. So I'm going to write the kickoff, but I'm also going to write the word problem. Okay. The 5th thing, or the 4th thing, is now based on the kickoff, how did the characters feel? So now we're looking for a feeling word. How did the character feel? Okay, so we're looking for character feelings here. Based on the what, you guys? Based on the kickoff. Okay, something happened. How did that make that? So now you guys are doing what we call this like inverted triangle. Let's just do this so you can see 3, 4, and 5 is really the main idea of a story, by the way. You didn't know that. 3, 4, and 5 is really what I call that internal triangle, which really, if I say 3, 4, and 5 when I'm summarizing a story, that's really what I'm wanting is 3, 4, and 5. If kids know that 3, 4, and 5 is really the main idea, whew, big dog. So this 3, 4, and 5 really leads us to the main idea of the story. Most of the time, we don't want a main idea of a story. We want the message, but this is a great place to add the main idea. I showed this to anybody familiar with Timothy Shanahan? He's the original person who came up with the standards. Do you guys know that? He and his wife did a lot of the work. He's amazing. He's got a blog that you guys should listen to, Timothy Shanahan. So good with science of reading, comprehension. He's just outstanding. And he's the one that actually helped with the putting together of the standards. Big dog, big guy. I mean, not real engaging, but he is smart as a whip. And I showed him this because I've worked with him at a couple of different conferences, and I actually showed him this just to see if I was on track. He's the one that actually told me about this, that this is really these 3 points, 3, 4, and 5 is really good for kids to know as the main idea of the story. So if you're being asked what the main idea, it's really the problem, the feeling, and what they did because of it. So just FYI for you to know. Okay, so it's the character's feeling. Sometimes there's more than one. And then that leads to what the characters did. Okay, so now they're just taking notes, what the character did. So now kids are just taking notes, and this is going to go in their binder under the narrative section of their binder. Those are 5. Now we're going to go to 6, which is our middle of our story. So we're going to highlight middle, and we're using really squares. So what I want them to know is that this is the not events. I'm going to put events here. You guys are going to have to try to get away from that word. We really want major attempts and actions because I want them to connect it to the beginning. So attempts and actions. And I want them to know that it's really important that they make sure that their events are in chronological order. So I want to make sure that they see the timeline. These have to be in chronological order. So there's my timeline. They have to be in order. Okay, they have to be sequenced correctly. One of the questions that they might have on a state assessment, they're going to give 7 events that kids will have to rearrange and put in the order. So this really is important because they're going to be given random number of events and then actually manipulate those and move those and put them in the right order of a story that they've just read or an informational. This is where they're going to do quick notes, right? These are your quick notes. We're going to write quick notes. For my little kiddos, can they actually sketch too? Yes, they can. So let's write sketch, because that's okay to do. Or they can do quick notes. But if they sketch, they always have to label, because I need to know what the pictures are. So they have to label. So they can sketch and label, or they can do quick notes. Just a couple for each one. No complete sentences, guys. We already talked about that. No complete sentences, because they're just, it's done, like play that they fired. It's done. They're not going to want to redo it. This is also where you put your what? Story transitions or story. I call them story connectors. You guys, what do you want to call them? Let's decide right now in this group. Story connectors, story transitions, temporal words. What would be a good one that we would all want to call that would make sense for kids?
Transitions.
Story transitions. Okay, well, just you guys decided the building what it's going to be, so you all are speaking the same language. So if it's story transition in your building, great. If it's story connectors in your building, great. But everybody, common language. Okay, really important. So story connector, story connector, story connector, story connector. Okay, and again, I always leave a little room because sometimes you might have to what? Add, depending on the story you're retelling or the story you're reading. Okay, so there's my middle. Let's go to the end. We've got 2 things. Now we're at the end. We're going to highlight our end. It has 2 components that we need. Let's circle, color our purple. And sometimes our story might have a twist. And there are two things that we're looking for in a story. How did the story end? And number 8 is the resolution. What was the character's feeling at the end? And lesson or the message, and we're going to use the light bulb as our symbol for this. There's our light bulb. So then kids know these are the components that we're doing. So this is just our note taking that we're going to do, so kids know. Okay, all right, everybody have that? Turn and talk. How would taking notes be helpful for kids? Why would I want to do this with kids instead of just going right into the story? Why would this be important for kids? Turn and talk real quick before we move to the next page. Okay, so my text for the week is Wilfred Gordon McDonald Partridge. This is the text I'm going to use. I usually choose one book a week. So let me just kind of tell you what I'm going to do with this over the week. If you're a 4-day week school, then I would probably use this for 8 days. My last day is always my assessment day. So I'm always assessing them on what I'm wanting them to do with the book that week. So if I'm working on retelling, then I'm going to assess them at the end of the week to see if they can retell. If it's vocabulary that I'm working on, then I'm going to assess them on vocabulary. If it's a sentence about this book and I'm teaching them different kinds of sentences that week, I'm going to assess them on that. So depending on what my instructional focus is what's going to determine how I assess them at the end of the week. Because on Friday, if they cannot retell, what do I need to do? I need to do another week of it, right? Or another 2 weeks, which means I'm going to choose another book. Because after 1 week of a book, they're going to get tired. So I'm going to still work on retell because they don't have it, but I'm going to choose a different book. There's a lot of things I'm going to do. So here's my schedule. This is what I would do if you guys want to take a note on this. Monday is my read and vocabulary day. Oh, there's 3 things I do on Monday. So everybody get Monday out, take a piece of paper so you can kind of see and write weekly schedule. Weekly schedule. This is what I do for Monday. I'm going to do a 5-day one. You guys can stretch it however way you want. Monday, I'm going to read. First of all, I'm going to introduce the book. I'm going to talk about text features. Huge, you guys. Huge text features. How are text features different in a narrative than they are in informative? They're different. What text features do I want kids to know in a narrative versus what text features I want them to know when they're reading an informational piece of text? Very different. It has a cover, it has pictures, it has a spine, it has a back cover. What does it usually have on the back cover? It has what's this called right down here? A barcode. Well, what's a barcode for? What do you think this is? A summary of the book oftentimes, right? I'm going to look through it and say, well, what else did this author give us as text features? Oh my goodness, did he change the wording? Did he add illustrations? I'm going to go through it and actually pick out all the things that would be considered text features for a narrative. Some books have more text features than others. So when writers do the words and they kind of make them go, that's a text feature. When authors use bolded words that are colored, that's a text feature. When they zoom in, there's a lot of things. You want to make sure that you're talking about the text features. What text features do you see? Initially with my little kids, it's cover, spine, back, illustrations. But with my older kids, there's a lot more that we can talk about. Text features. I want to teacher-student read. Now here's where this gets tricky. I really want my kids to be reading if I can get enough copies of this. So that's the problem. If not, I'm going to do a read aloud. This is going to be one of my read alouds. Okay. I'm going to also pick out 3 to 5 vocabulary words that I want them to really think about, that's gonna help them understand this text, and words that I want them to use in their writing. So I'm gonna actually go in and pick 3 words and let them maybe pick 1. Which words in here, like memory, I'm gonna want them, memory. That's gonna be 1 word. I'm gonna have them pull out of this book. We're gonna do a breaking down definition on that word memory. What's a memory? Because that's such a big key word in this book. So I'm choosing 3 to 5 words. I'm going to put those up on the wall, put them, laminate them. They're going to know these 3 words are really important to readers and writers. When you write about this book, I'm going to ask you to try to use those 3 words too, somewhere, because they're really important to the story. Does that make sense? So Monday is just about enjoying the story, thinking about text features and vocabulary. Okay, Tuesday. Tuesday is introduce the skill and the strategy that you're going to have them do. So today, for me, it's going to be your BME. It's going to be your retail. It's going to be a BME. So I'm going to introduce it to them. And it's going to be teacher model. Now, the first time I do this, you guys, it might be teacher model Tuesday, teacher model Wednesday, teacher model Thursday. Because have they seen it before? No. So it might be a lot of teacher model that first round. The second week, then it might be less teacher and more I do, we do. But in week 1, it's, you might have to model more than once. I'm going to be doing the whole modeling for you today. As kids get better at it, you guys, you release your hand and you do an I do, a we do, maybe y'all do it. And then I'm going to give them the text and they're going to try and do it. So do you see how you're going to take your hand away a bit as you go? Let's just say they've seen it. Tuesday is a model. Wednesday, Thursday are student practices. They actually are doing the practicing and doing the work with their partner, with their pod. Okay, so Wednesday and Thursday is practice. Teacher, Tuesday model. On Friday is my assess day. That's how I'm doing it, you guys. Introduce the story, read the story, work on vocabulary. Tuesday model. Wednesday, Thursday, practice, Friday, assess to see if we need to do it again. That is my model. Can you stretch it out more? If they get it, can you squeeze it in a bit? That's harder to squeeze in unless they really know how to do it. All right, turn and talk. Would this be a 5-day model for you or an 8-day model for you or a 7-day? Talk about that structure of those things that we would need to do when we're teaching the strategy. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which most of
And that's good as Monday being here. Sometimes they'll choose wait because the weekend you want to know how much they retain.
Yeah.
The weekend, so Monday's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good idea.
I don't love that, but at the same time, I love it because it does really help into what stuff and what.
But here's the other thing you can think about too is that I want my kids to not be afraid of an assessment, so I tell them that they're assessing, but it's for me. I'm going to change my teaching days. I want them to do their very best, but I want them to not to be afraid of assessment because it's really for me, not for them.
Well, and it could be like, their warm-up works, right, that you're really assessing something from the previous.
Right.
Well, if you did something.
Right, exactly. All right, guys, let's take this out and have this in front of you because I'm going to have you verbal this with your team before I even show you. This is, I know you have it. I want you to kind of do a little bit of the heavy lifting here. This is what you want in front of you because I'm going to have you talk your way through it before I show you the next one. Okay, you're not writing anything, you're just going to talk your way. So while you're listening to the story, I know I'm kind of multitasking, which you don't really want to do with kids because that's too hard for them, doing 1, 2 things at the same time, but you guys are my high flyers. So while you're listening, you're going to be kind of seeing, oh, that's where that is. That's where that is. Okay, so you're going to kind of thinking about the story and putting it in here. And then I'm going to actually model what it would look like on an actual document. Okay, Wilfred Gordon McDonald Partridge. I'm going to try not to cry. Hope I might because I'm thinking of my mother right now. So hopefully I cannot already see you guys. This is emotional already, even before I read it. Every time I read this book, darn it, I get emotional. And I think it's because of that thoughts and action, and because I have a personal connection to this because of my mother. So I'm gonna really try not to cry. Ooh. Hey, Yolanda. Shh. Wilfred Gordon McDonald Partridge by Mem Fox. There was once a small boy called Wilfred Gordon McDonald Partridge, and what's more, he wasn't very old either. His house was next door to an old people's home, and he knew all the people who lived there. Now you're really getting a feel, outside, inside story of little W here, Wilfred Gordon. Let me see her page. Might be good for me. He liked Mrs. Jordan, who played the organ. He listened to Mr. Hoskins, who told him scary stories. He played with Mr. Tippett, who was crazy about cricket. He ran errands for Miss Mitchell, who walked with a wood stick. He admired Mr. Drysdale, who had voice like a giant. Okay, so the beginning of the story. Still the beginning of the story. But his favorite person of all was Miss Nancy Allison Delacour, because she had 4 names just like he did. He called her Miss Nancy and told her all his secrets. Still the beginning. So kids don't know where the middle starts and ends, so this is where you have to be vocal and verbal to help them. One day, oh yes, and be thinking of the kickoff. One day, Wilfred Gordon heard his mother and father talking about Miss Nancy. Poor old thing, said his mother. Why is she a poor old thing? Asked Wilfred Gordon. Because she's lost her memory, said his father. It isn't surprising, said his mother. After all, she is 26. What's a memory? Asked Wilfred Gordon. He was always asking questions. It is something you remember, said his father. But Wilfred Gordon wanted to know more. So he called. So keyword. So he called on Mrs. Jordan, who played the organ. What's a memory? He asked. Something warm, my child. Something warm. Okay, so good. So number 1, what's a memory? It's something you remember. Everyone get your hand out. It's something you remember. Repeat. What is number 1? A memory is something you remember. Okay, now this is how I increase comprehension. Then it said it's something warm, my child. Something warm. Number 2, so let's go back to number 1. It's something you remember. Something that is, okay, remember those fingers. Thinking hand for kids too as well. We've got too many. Keep going, so guys try to remember those. He called on Mr. Hoskins, who told him scary stories. What's a memory? He asked. Something from long ago. Something from long ago. Thinking hand, first one, it's something. 2, 3. Oh, you guys are so good. So good. He called on Mr. Tippett, who was crazy about cricket. What's a memory? He asked. Something that makes you cry, my boy. Something that makes you cry. Fingers up. First one. Makes you cry. See, comprehension. Thinking about the middle of the story. He called on Miss Mitchell, who walked with a wooden stick. What's a memory? He asked. Something that makes you laugh, my dear, darling. Something that makes you laugh. Hands up. Ready, go. Long ago. Cry and laugh. Good job. Good job. He called on Mr. Drysdale, who had a voice like a giant. What's a memory? He asked. Something as precious as gold, young man. Something as precious as gold. Hands up. Ready, 1. Nice job. So, cause and effect. So, Wilfred Gordon went home again to look for memories for Miss Nancy because she had lost her own. Love Wilfred. He looked for the shoebox of shells he had found long ago last summer and put them gently in a basket. He found the puppet on strings, which always made everyone laugh, and he put that in the basket too. He remembered with sadness the medal which his grandfather had given him, and he placed it gently next to the shells. Next, he found his football, which was as precious as gold. And last of all, on his way to Miss Nancy's, he went into the hen house and took a fresh, warm egg from under him. Then Wilfred Gordon called on Miss Nancy and gave her each thing one by one. What a dear, strange child to bring me all these wonderful things, thought Miss Nancy. Then she started to remember. She held the warm egg and told Wilfred Gordon about the tiny speckled blue egg she had once found in a bird's nest in her aunt's garden. She put a shell to her hat, to her ear, and remembered going to the beach by tram long ago and how hot she had felt in her button-up boots. She touched the metal and talked sadly of the big brother she had loved, who had gone to the war and never returned. She smiled at the puppet on strings and remembered the one she had shown her sister and how she had laughed with a mouthful of porridge. She bounced the football to Wilfred Gordon and remembered the day she had met him and all the secrets that day had. And the two of them smiled and smiled because Miss Nancy's memory had been found again by a small boy who wasn't very old. Is that not the most precious book? So precious, and I think more for me because it's just a connection of where I am with my mother. Would you guys now tell each other, talk to them, let's pair up, not the whole table, let's pair up on 2s and 3s. I want you to see if you can identify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the note page. Go, just verbal it. We're not gonna write anything, we're just verbaling it.
Memories. I don't know. That's just what strikes. And so here's oh, sorry. Curious. So the direct figured out what it was and what it was. Yeah, because it's amazing. But we're still when he becomes that's each of them. Action. So his attempts and actions is right. Yeah. With the concept. She
Okay, so guys, most of you have kind of talked your way through the retelling of the story, looking at all the five. So it's remember, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 8. Those are the things we're looking for here. Hey guys, I'm going to show you how to do this with words. Kids have actually sketched on here, but there's not a lot of room for kids to actually sketch. So this is more, I think, appropriate for kids to write down their notes. I'm going to show you another strategy after our break this afternoon where they're getting to sketch a little bit more. So you're going to have to decide, do I want to do the storyboard where they're sketching more and there's more room for sketching, or do I want to do a BME, which is more kind of taking notes and writing as you go? So that's the thing you're going to have to decide. I'm going to show you after I do this how you can make it so that there's more room for them to draw and sketch or sketch and label. That's separated out each one. So the story, it becomes kind of its own storyboard because you're going to get a sheet for just the beginning, a sheet for just the middle, and a sheet for just the end. So you can do it that way, or you can do it on one full one. So it's up to you what works best for you. Okay, let's get our title. It's Wilfred Gordon McDonald Partridge. Let's get our title on there. It's the next page. I'm sorry, guys, 25. Page 25. Wilfred Gordon McDonald Partridge by Mem Fox. I have this as on my computer, so I can sometimes do part of it for kids. And so this is how I would scaffold it. I might type in the hardest things and leave the ones that are easy or blank for kids to fill in because that's kind of framed for them. So don't be afraid to put this on your computer and actually type in some of the information, even type in one of the events so that they can find the next event. You see how that works? Sometimes just giving them the first one. Sometimes I'll do that. Here's the first one, here's the third one. See if you can find the middle, the one that's in between those two. There's a lot of ways that you can manipulate this to make it easier for your ELL kids and your kids who are struggling with reading and writing. So just know there's a lot of different ways you can use this other than the whole thing. I always tell them we've got to get our colors in. We're looking for that triangle in the beginning of the story. We're looking for the middle of the story and making sure we have good story connectors and making sure that they're in chronological order. And we know that we have to think about the ending of the story, and we got to determine, was there a twist at the end? This story did not have a twist, but some stories do. Okay, so now we're going to go through. So this is where we're going to say, okay, who are the characters? Everyone, who's the character at the beginning of the story? Wilfred. So Wilfred Gordon McDonald Partridge. He had a goal. What was his goal? To help who? So I'm going to talk about that. His goal was to really help Nancy, but he didn't really know that until after the kickoff. Really, he didn't, but he did have a goal. And his goal every day was to go visit who? The old folks. We got to be careful about saying, well, old folks. Maybe we want to say, well, what are some other words for old folks? Because that, I don't know if that's respectful or not. Maybe neighbors. It's elderly neighbors. Old people, I know it's in the book, but maybe I might come up with some other words just to make it sound a little bit easier. I don't know. Okay, so we've got William Gordon McDonald Partridge at the beginning of the words. So let's talk about the setting. Let's talk about where was he in the beginning of the book. So this is where having a book is, because I can go back to it to help them, show them the picture. Now we don't have time for that, but this is where showing them the picture of the book or doing a video and stopping again. He was next door to who? In the beginning of the book, he was next door to the the retirement center, the old people's home. So where? He was next door. We're right, next door. And he also visited a lot overnight. You could tell, you can kind of infer that he was next door, but oftentimes he would go over and what? The whole beginning, who was he visiting? He was next door visiting who? Yeah, the neighbors, but he was also inside his own home too, right? So not only was he next door, I could say he was next door sometimes. I could say he was outside playing because it showed a picture of him being outside playing. And he was also inside the house, right? So there's more than one place that he was in the beginning of the story. He was outside, he was inside, he was next door playing with the, visiting with the old people. Okay, when? This is the where, we got to do the when. When? Present time could be present time, but it's probably every afternoon. So let's write every day, present time. Every day he was probably over there, every other day, or often you could say, but he was often every day in present time going over to visit, okay? It was a ho-hum day because he always did that. He always would get up and go over and play with the neighbors and play outside until the kickoff. What happened? Tell your partner what happened. That changed everything for him. What happened? He heard his parents, didn't he? There's the kickoff. He heard his parents. And what did he hear his parents say? Nancy has what? Miss Nancy? Miss Nancy has lost her memory. Okay, so now there's the dialogue. The parent said, Miss Nancy has lost her memory. There's my dialogue right there. See, I could add that dialogue right in the beginning. There's my one dialogue. Okay, so that was the kickoff, the initiating event. Okay, so how did this make W.G. Wilfred Gordon, McDonald, Partridge, Feel. All right, tell your partner, give me two feelings that you can infer. How would you think Wilbur or Wilfred was feeling about overhearing that Miss Nancy was losing her memory? Tell your partner, write two of them, please. What are two feelings? Concerned, curious, because he doesn't know what a memory, he doesn't, so maybe he could have been concerned enough to go do something about it, but maybe a little bit curious too, because he didn't know what a memory was. That would be the other thing. So he might be concerned, he might be a little bit curious here, because he's not understanding what his mom and dad are saying. So because of the fact that he heard his parents and was feeling, what did he do? Tell your partner, what did he do? He wanted to find out what a memory was, right? He wanted to find out what a memory is. What a memory was. I can just say that he wanted to find out what a memory was. And why? So that he could give some of those to who? Miss Nancy, right? Okay, so I could even ask what a memory was, and his reason to so is so he could give some of that to Miss Nancy, right? All right, so we've got our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Turn and talk. Easy to do, struggling. What are your kids going to do with this beginning, just based on what I did? Turn and talk real quick. What are some things you're going to have to address or think about when you're doing this? The beginning of a story. What do you think you're going to need to do with your kids? Yes.
What you do is say for their plan, it was to help, that's what the kids said. They're not necessarily wrong. They don't have everything that you said,
But they were close.
but they were close. Do you take the time to redirect them? Do you leave it at that?
If it's close, yes, because I don't want them to think I'm the only one with all the right answers. So yes.
Go back.
I wish I had somebody, the only reason I'm here, because, and I haven't arrived, I'm just telling you right now, but the only reason is because I was terrible at all this, and I worked really hard to be better and to practice it. And I've just learned along the way. So I've had 40 years of trying to get better, and I'm still not there, but I kind of feel like my job is to help kids and figure out what kids need and don't need. And that's how I'm going to do it. That's how I'm going to do it. If their answer is right or close, I'm going to go, good job. And I'm going to put mine, because then they think I'm the only expert in the room, and I don't want that.
So would you prep it? Would you, if you were gonna use a certain book, would you sit down and fill this out for yourself?
Oh, we're going to talk about that. Hold that question, because I've got some strategies on what you're going to all need to do this well. Because this first time is not easy. I mean, I picked it somewhat of an easy text, because it's pretty concrete on what happened in the beginning, what happened in the middle. But when you use a lot of picture books, there's a lot of what I call embedded episodes, meaning in the inside of a story, it might have another beginning, middle, and end before it starts the middle again. So it's what you call embedded episodes. So it'll start, and then all of a sudden it's like another beginning, middle, and end, all inside the story. So it gets more complex, and you're going to need to know that. So you want to pick really easy books that have a very concrete beginning, middle, and end, because it'll confuse kids. Sometimes I say we're only going to do a beginning, middle, and on pages 7 through 10, because that's its own little beginning, middle, and end inside the big story. But that's after we get better at it. Yeah, for sure. Keep practicing. You're going to have to do it. And I'm going to give you some hints in a minute to help you with what do we need to do to help us be better at this, because this is not easy. And again, there's going to be differing opinions on where the beginning ends and the middle starts if we're not all doing it together. That's going to be an issue. Okay, here's our event. Now, here's in the events. We're now talking about events. You can do it one of two ways. Okay, one way I could say in the first event, let's talk about what the first event is. He asked, what did he do? He asked people what a memory was. That was really what he did initially. He asked people, old people, right? What a memory was. Okay, that's the first thing he did. He asked old people what a memory was. Now, I'm giving you kind of an overview of it, but I'm going to show you how you could say he asked the first person he asked, remember our hand? I could actually have 6 boxes, right? Because what did he do first? He asked, remember the 6 things that we had? I could have 6 events because each one of those things he did was a separate event, right? I could do that, and you guys can decide. Right now, I'm going to kind of lump those into one so that it's only 3 kind of summarizing, but you could decide to each one of these could be its own. What's the first thing? It's something from, or something you remember, right? See, now I've even forgotten, I've read it a billion times. Second thing is, third. See now, see how reading it more, you've got to do your 6. So you could have each one of those, but I'm going to kind of lump them. The first thing it is, he asked the old people what a memory was. And he got several different answers, right? So he got several different answers. So the different answers, I'm going to just kind of generalize it here, different answers. You could actually write each one out, which would be just A-okay. Okay, then what he did, after he did all those, he asked all those people, then what did he do? He took all the ideas and he gathered what? The next thing he did, he gathered things, right? He gathered things that made him think of the answers he got. Okay, so he gathered things that made him think of answers he got. Okay, so now I'm generalizing. First, he talked to all those people, and then after he talked to all those old people, he then gathered all those things, and then what did he do next, guys? He gave them to what? He gave them to Miss Nancy. Okay, really, those are the 3 big dogs. Could I even do more and break them apart? Yes, but just know you could do either or. I'm kind of generalizing here and kind of lumping up some events together and then lumping the next group and then lumping the next group, but you could actually have a lot of boxes here. Sometimes I will, and by the way, just to let you know, sometimes when there's a lot of events that can't fit here because sometimes there's not enough room, I'm going to show you what I do that's really fun. I have like strips of paper. I'm going to do this really quickly. Just in a box that looks like this, the shape of the middle. See how I've done this? And then I just make them tape this, and then they keep going and it comes down, but they can fold it right up there. And those are, and they can, it's like a little foldable book. It is more than just, they can't fit all these because for my 3rd graders, this is not enough room. My 2nd graders, there's no way they can do this because there's not enough room to write. So for my kids who need more room, I just give them another piece of strip. They tape it and they just keep going on that piece of paper. And you guys, engagement. Everybody go grab a piece of paper, get a piece of tape. We're going to make a little foldable here. You see how immediately I just stuck them into me. I mean, they just are ready to do it and do for me what I've asked them to do, which is really pretty cool. So that's another thing that I would do if you need more boxes for events. Some stories have a lot of events. So that's an idea. Okay, and they gave to Miss Nancy. That's really the middle of the story, correct? Okay, let's go to the end. What happened at the end? Oh, Miss Nancy remembered. That's simple. Miss Nancy remembered. Okay. How do you think? Now here's again, Wilfred, Gordon, McDonald, Partridge. How do you think he felt at the end? Remember at the beginning, he was concerned, he was curious. How do you think he felt here? Turn and talk. What are some words? You can't say good. What would you say other than he felt good? Proud. I love that word. He felt proud. What else? What would be another word that would work? Other than proud. Relieved. Yeah. What's the other word?
Connected.
Oh my gosh, I love that. Connected. Oh, you guys, this book is so good for a lot of different reasons, but just think about all those feelings he was, all the feelings he was feeling about this at the end and how much growth there was. Okay, turn and talk. What is the lesson in this book? Because I know Man Fox had one. What do you think the lesson is in this book? Turn and talk. I wanted some good lessons. Each group has to share a lesson that they think would be appropriate. And you guys kind of look at the essay. As long as you improve your lesson and give me evidence for it, you're right. That's kind of part of the literary essay in terms of the lesson. What do you think it is based on evidence? Okay, we're gonna have a whole bunch of list of ideas. Every group has to have a lesson that they think they could defend. That's gotta be a lesson you can defend. That's what we're talking about when we say literary essay. It's your opinion, but you have to be able to defend it, okay, on a literary essay. If you're saying this is the message for this book. Are you guys ready? Okay, okay, gotta share. Everybody listen, see if it's the same as you. What lesson did you guys come up with? Empathy as the lesson. Does it work? I could stop and say, well, prove it, right? There's now where you'd have to defend that it's empathy, and this group would have to give me some reasons for that. But good. What about you guys? I'm sorry, say it again.
Care for others and their well.
Caring for others and their well-being. Does that work, guys? Thumbs up. Nice job. I would then say defend it, but we already know that you put. What about this group?
We just said giving.
Oh, being able to giving of yourself, of your time. Woo! Well, that's a good one because there's lots of evidence for that one. Nice job. What about you?
Doing acts of service for others is also.
Oh, you guys, all of these are so good. And do they all work? Sometimes if we give them ours and then kids think that we're the only right answer. And that they don't even want to try and share theirs because they're afraid they're going to be wrong. We've got to get our voice out so that we can give them their voice because you all were correct. That last group.
Small actions taken.
Small what? Small actions have big. So good. What about this group?
Take action.
Take action and show compassion. You guys, give yourself a round of applause. Nice job. Very, very good. I would not argue with any of yours. They were all really good. All right, you guys, you've just completed ABME. So let me tell you how this is going to work, how you need to break this down. This is our end goal. And here's what I'm going to recommend. You need to have 5 books that you're doing this. So this might be some homework. You're going to choose your 4 books. Usually it's once a month or once a week. So minimum of 4 books for the month of August and September. You might want to do more than that. But what I'm going to recommend you do is to pick 4 books and do exactly what we did today. So this is what I have. I'll just show you. I keep it. All my lessons for Wilfred Gordon is all in a little. So all my lessons I'm going to do, I'm going to summarize it. I'm going to do a BME. I'm going to do all the things I'm going to do. And then I usually keep it inside my book. And I'm going to do this for all 4 books before school starts. So I'm ready to go. Does that make sense? You want to do this. Now, here's what's going to make it easy for you. Number 1, if you're in a building here that has more than 1 grade level, each grade level in year 1, it doesn't matter. You can all use the same 4 books. And find some time to do it together. It's easier for you guys to create these, to do these with somebody else. So what I did with my district for grade level meetings, our grade level meeting was spent, part of our time at our grade level meeting was actually doing this. So the 4th grade would pick their 4 books, and then they would actually, with their 4th grade team member, make this so they actually have a model, a teacher copy. So you're going to want to do this with your team. Now, if you don't have another 4th grade partner, then it makes it a little bit trickier Each grade level, I'm gonna say, needs to have their own separate 4 to 5 books that nobody else can use. Now, after that, you can use whatever book you want, but sacred, you know how teachers are. You can't read that book because we read that book this year. You can't do that because we do that in 3rd grade. And I understand why. So instead of saying that's not right, I'm gonna say, okay, at least to have 4 books that belong to your grade level. And that means everybody knows, kinder, these are my 4 books, these 1st grade, these are my 4, that we're going to do our retail strategy with. Does it make sense? You're gonna want to do them together. So you have 4 already done. So you're gonna have to determine if you're like Vale or Nessa, where there's more grade levels here, you're gonna have to say, okay, each grade level is gonna need to choose their 4 books that are gonna be theirs to do the retail, because you don't wanna do it again and again and again. Though I have a problem because I wanna read this in 5th grade, even though it's a 3rd grade book, right? Because I love it so much. But if it's one that you've decided, I'm gonna try to stay away from it, or use it in a different way. All right, turn top. Plan, let's do some planning. What 4 books do you think you'd want to do this with? Let's start thinking about it, especially if you're with a building group. What are some books that you're going to want to do this with? And you have a plan. Who can I meet with before school starts activity? That's what an active pre somebody. Turn top, we're going to some planning time.
Honestly, I want to do it. They have a book presentation.
I do chapter. Chapter is it? Not for chapter. We did it for every chapter. But 3 chapters. And then I'll do this with each chapter.
Because we have this like feeling. Right.
Maybe 2 others, really, you don't want to do it everyone. For sure. Hey, good question, you guys, really quick. I hate to interrupt because of plan B, but a good question. I always love questions that come up. This question is, can I do this with a novel? What do you guys think the answer is? You don't do one for the whole novel, you do one for a chapter in the novel. Because every chapter has a beginning, middle, and end. Now, here's what you don't want to do. Do not do a BME for every chapter in a novel. That would be overkill. They would hate it. They would hate you, right? Don't do it for every chapter, but I choose 3 that are really important chapters in the novel. And then we'll do a BME with those 3 chapters. Usually the first chapter, because it's a good one to start with. And then I'll do 2 others in the middle, somewhere in the middle, and maybe something at the end. You guys just don't do everything. Start with the picture book first and then go to a novel. So, okay, go back to planning. Go back to planning real quick.
Most of the ones you took out. If there are some, there are some. Where you can be reading. That would be.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. I gotta find something real quick. Just a minute. I'll come over there in just a minute. I don't see it in here, darn. Hold on. Okay.
So the purpose is, or how do you tell? How would you then take a chance of that?
Well, oh yeah, you're going, okay. And the first part is I might not do that. But once I have it,
See how they do. So the assessment is not necessarily that they can do this and produce summary.
it does get those down. And the summary is gonna be a whole nother model of teaching them how to summarize. But So what are the signs right here? They have to be a green top. They have to
Yeah.
That's down the road.
Yes.
Because there, this is actually.
No, this is not really green top. Summary is.
So you're gonna have to make some decisions. Summary.
There's something to this.
Right.
Yeah, that'll be another whole.
Or some of these major events, actually.
I want 6 sentences in the summary, 2 in the beginning, 2 events that really tie at the beginning and 2 at the end. That's 6 sentences plus their idea is what I want to make summary. That's how we go. But not everything. Well, that's hard to do. Are you guys tired? Let's take a break. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Get up into stretch. And then you're gonna help me with what we need to do for our next step. Take a quick 5-minute break. Walk, get up, stretch, go get a drink, 5 minutes, eat a piece of candy. Okay, I'm gonna get engaged. Engaged. You guys want. They done or done? What is it? Done or done? Done. Hey, guys, if it's not done. Like what we're going to try to do. Done, strategy. Somebody get out of here. I'm one try. Hey, guys, real quick. I want you to do more. So, I'm not.
Bring it on, Yolanda.
Bring it on. She's all ready. Okay, guys, are you done for today or do you want to try to? Hey guys, are you done or strategy? Okay, all right. The done people have been out. Done. Okay. Okay, guys, we're ready to do one last strategy, but I wanted, as we're coming back in and taking a real quick walk, 5 minutes, I'm going to shortchange you guys. Would you guys go to page 21, 22, and 23 in your notebook? 21, 22, and 23. Get a sticky note. Sticky note 21, 22, and 23. Okay, so you guys, having them do, kids do the beginning, middle, and end is a lot, right? So you guys, I like to, here's what I would like to do. I like to show them what the end goal is, backwards design, right? I want to show them what they were working towards. So I'm going to read a book and we're going to do one so that they have an actual model in their notebook. Okay? Because I want them to see where we're headed. But then I say, guys, I'm not going to make you do it all at once. That's a lot. So we're going to start with just identifying the beginning components in a story. That's all we're going to do. Now on this sheet, now you can see there's more room to sketch a little, right? So we're going to do this, you guys, until 80% of our kids can give me those 5 things. Okay? And then I'm gonna say, now, guys, we're gonna work on the end of the story, because that's pretty easy for kids. How did it end? We're gonna do 7 and 8. And this is, I'm reading the whole story, talking about the whole story, but all they're focusing is what, you guys? The end, until 80% can do it. Then this, I'm gonna test them. I'm gonna read a book and say, tell me what 7 and 8 is, right? 80% of my kids can do it. Then I say, now we're gonna work on the middle, because it's the hardest, because books, it's hard to know where middle starts and where middle ends. If my kids can identify the beginning and the end of a story, then it's gonna be easy for them to identify where the middle starts and where the middle ends. Does it make sense? So I'm gonna scaffold these out. So guys, take a note. Beginning first, then ending next, and then the middle. Okay, now here's the cool thing. Once they're done, you can either use the sheet that we just did, like this, or you can have them make a little storyboard that have like a little foldable where they glue this on a folder and glue this on a folder. And now they have a little storyboard that has the beginning, backwards, you guys, the beginning, the middle, and the end. But you guys see how you're scaffolding this out. You don't want to do the whole thing. It's too much for kids. So start with one part. Beginning, 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 beginning. They got it. End, they've got it. Middle, 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 they've got it. Now can we do all of it? Absolutely. This is a project my kids do and share in their first parent-teacher conference. Because we do student-led conferences. This is one of the things that my kids will share that they complete when it's time for parent-teacher conferences. So that's just something else that you could do as well. Yeah.
So when you're doing beginning, for example, working at that 80% proficiency, it's a new story.
A new story every time. Yeah, new story every time.
And then ending, could you bring back those older?
Oh, and
stories?
sometimes I can, if I'm working on a beginning of a story, then I can actually reread it and then just focus on the end of the story or the middle. So I can there's nothing wrong with rereading stories, right? And having a different focus or a different lens on what that book is. So absolutely perfect. You don't have to have 20 stories. You can use the same one that you maybe used for something and go back and do it again, which is not bad.
Yeah.
For remembering, right? Recall and remembering and so that's really, really good. All right, so I want to show you the other thing because the new strategy beats the I'm done group. So take out a blank piece of paper, please. I gotta figure out, anyway, blank piece of paper, and you're gonna fold it so that you have 6 boxes. You guys, I sometimes like to use the bigger paper on this because now we're gonna do what we call the storyboard, where there's more sketching, more paper up there on the table. Fold it in, in half along the long line of symmetry. I want 6 boxes, right? And then you're gonna fold this into thirds. We're gonna kind of eyeball this. Open that up, so that you have 6 boxes. And then once you have it open, would you put your lines on the 6 boxes, please? Okay, and you're gonna need to go to page 16 in your book, in your handout, 16 and 17. Okay, so find 16, page 16 and 17. Okay, so let me tell you what a storyboard looks like. And by the way, too, you guys, I have lots of examples of the BME and the storyboard that are already done, because I made all my teachers actually give me copies of the books that they've done. So if you want some examples of some storyboards and some BMEs that are already done with some really great literature, just email me and I'll send you some examples. I have a whole bunch of examples of ones that are already done that I could send you. It's kind of nice to have some examples, some teacher examples. You just would have to make sure that you have books. So I do have some, so just so that you know. So let's look at our storyboard. So in terms of the things that we're wanting for a storyboard, you guys, we want to make sure that we still have all of those components. I'm going to show you how I'm going to use a storyboard. I can do a 6 box. I could actually do a 9 box. I'm going to show you the difference between a 6 box and a 9 box. We're going to start with a 6 box. For second grade, this would be a 4 box. So second grade, just want you to know, I wouldn't start with a 6 box. I would probably just do a beginning, middle, end. So very, very basic, simple. So if you're doing a 4 box, let me just show you what the 4 box would look like. The 4 box, if you were a second grade teacher to start with, would be 4 boxes that look like this. You want to draw it, but sometimes for your struggling kids, I'm thinking special ed too, you would have beginning, middle, and end. So something very, very basic for second grade. Beginning, middle, end. Maybe one event. Or you could even divide this middle into 2 events too if you wanted to. So this could be 1 event right here, or this could be 2 events, but something very simplistic. It's not going to have all the 6 boxes or even the 9 boxes, right? I'm also going to use purple sticky notes because kids love them. And I'm going to show you how I'm going to use the purple sticky notes. Okay, so now let's go back to our handout here. This is what I'm wanting in the beginning. Now remember the beginning, triangle, triangle, triangle. This is my note page. Then we've got our middle, which is our square, our ending, and sometimes if it has a twist, and then I actually put my ending over here with a lesson. Remember, we're going to use the light bulb. There's my light bulb. Okay, so this is what I want in the beginning. This is now where we give them some language to start with, which is what I like. So in the beginning, we're going to talk about there was a blank, a character with a goal, right? There was a little boy. You see they're filling this in. This is your character with the goal. Every day he what? What did he do? There was his goal. Every day he what? And then who do we root for? Your character, your setting. This is where you're going to put your character and your setting in box number 1. So write character setting in box number 1. So we're going to have some language wrapped around, and you guys, you're seeing the language, but they're sketching. I'm going to show you how that looks in a minute. Then we've got the problem. Okay, so now we've got the problem. Let's highlight problem for box number 2. We're going to do character and setting. We're also going to have that feeling in here. Remember, 1, 2, and 3. Remember what those are. So we want number 1, character, number 2, setting, in box number 1. In box number 3, in the second box, we're looking for number 3. What was the problem? Okay, here's the kickoff. Okay, so now we're looking at the problem. Box number 1, character and setting. Box number 2, what's the problem? In box number 3, and again, sometimes I'll even number these boxes so that kids can follow me. Even doing that is really important so kids can follow you. You've got 6 boxes. In box number 6, we're looking for the feeling, but we're also looking for the plan. So we're looking for number 4 and number 5. How did the character feel? And then what did he realize? There's the plan. Okay, so here's the feeling and here's the plan. What did the character decide to do? That's in this box. So there's kind of 2 things that you're going to do in this box. Sometimes I'll even divide it this way. Give me the feeling in the top part of the box. Give me the plan on the bottom part of the box. Okay, so feeling up here, plan here. Okay, the middle. Now this is where I'm looking for number 6, right? Which is my attempts and my actions, right? I'm going to put actions here. And I'm using the word 2 words, therefore, to help them really, or I'm going to be saying because of that, what happened? Because of that. So that's another terminology that I'm going to use. Because of that, then what happened? And then that event, because of that, then what happened? So they're really connecting their ideas. We've got 4 of them. Now, there are a couple ways you can do this. You can divide the box into 4 so that there's four boxes, or 3, however way you want to do that. Or you can even isolate that out and give them another big piece of paper that has 4 boxes. I like these. If there were 4 events, I tell them to take 4 sticky notes, purple sticky notes, and they're going to sketch event number 1 on 1, event number 2, event number 3, and event number 4. These sticky notes are magic for kids. And here's why. They love it because it's something different, right? But the other thing that is great is they can really manipulate the sticky notes, put them in front of them to make sure they're in order. But if one's wrong, guess what they get to do? They don't have to erase it or start over. They just put it away and get another purple sticky note. So you guys make a note. Purple sticky notes, really good. Now, if you have a big piece of paper, they fit. If you have a little piece of paper, I get the little purple sticky notes. But usually I'm doing it like on this right here, on big pieces of paper. This is an example of one. They're drawing on here, but I could actually do sticky note. I'm going to show you on this one. It would be sticky note for this one. Sticky note for this one. See how now, instead of drawing in the boxes, now they're drawing in the sticky notes. Is that making sense? Okay, so the sticky notes are for each of the events that they're going to sketch and label. Then we have the ending. So this is all of 6. This is number 7, okay, on my checklist. So how did it end, right? Here's my little bow. How did it end? And then on here, it's my lesson is number 8, but I have to do 2 things. This is one I'm going to divide as well. What was the character's feeling and what was the lesson? Okay, so that's really what I'm wanting in a storyboard. But now we're going to be sketching. Okay, turn and talk. Already, what do you like in terms of comparing this to a BME? Turn and talk. What are you seeing when you're looking at this based on what we just did with the triangle, the rectangle, and the circle? I have to tell you guys, I'm kind of a little bit of, I have a consultant that I work with who is big on the storyboards because she's good at sketching and this is just where she started. So she's so really good at that. And I'm doing it because I think it's a good choice for kids, for some of my kids. But I feel more comfortable with this for some reason. And so I tend to go to this one more often with kids. And already I can tell you guys are probably maybe leaning more towards this. But what I have found is that there are some kids that like this better, where they've actually sketched and labeled each box. And this is their storyboard. So this is the end result. Now this is the 9 board. I'm going to show you a 6 board, but this is an example of a 9 storyboard. You can come up here afterwards and take a picture of it. But it's now beginning, middle, and then a place for vocabulary. So do you see how this really works well for all the things we want them to include? But you're going to have to decide, do I want to do this versus this? Because I can do the story and do it this way, but I can also do it this way as well. Do you see the difference? You can do both ways. You just have to decide. And is it worth in your mind to teach them both, or do you just want to stick with one? So turn and talk. What are you guys thinking? It's actually right. I'm going to push it down 4 boxes for next grade. But you can also decide.
Dress up.
Okay, just by a show of hands, how many of you prefer the BME? Raise your hand over the storyboard. Okay, how many like this idea of the storyboard? How many like giving them both? Okay, see, so I think this works for everybody. All right, let's pull out our paper. I'm going to very quickly, because we have time, very quickly, you're gonna watch a video. I'm gonna show you, because I think it's just fun to change this up. Hold on, you guys, I gotta get out of here. Why is it, oh, let me get out of here. Oh, there we go. Okay, let me pull up my, oh, there it is. This is a book you guys have. It's a fun one to do this with. So this is a book called Dogzilla. How many of you know Dogzilla? Anybody know Dogzilla? Oh my goodness, you guys, it is so cute. And I want you to be, as you're watching this, listening to this, the play on words is hilarious. It's a fun one the kids. Your book can kind of follow along too, because you have this book. Get it? During setting. Connect. There is a twist on this. One word. I love it. The vocabulary in this book. Okay, here's the ending. But there's a twist. Stop and see if they could guess what. Stop here and say, what do you think the name of the puppy? That's the best. Okay, now you guys, here's another idea, just as we close up. What I would do, here's the other thing that I think we struggle with as teachers, at least I did. I'm just gonna use me as an example. So number one, I'm not gonna make you do this because you're gonna come and take a picture before you leave. So you have an example. The reason I like this is because now there's more words that you can help them with starting the story. So in box one, you would actually say, once there was a what? Who wanted to blank. So now you're giving them a little bit more language, but they're sketching it out here, right? So this is giving them a little bit more language when you're having them retell, but also when they're going to write their own story, there's a little bit more support here. So they write down below what I've framed, and then they sketch. Beginning, 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 middle, 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 or you can do one box with four, what, purple, sticky notes, and then you have your ending. And then in this one, as a 9 box, you could have a box for mustard, relish, all those great yummy words that they use would go in this box so that when they do go to summarize it or write it, they have some words. So this is a nice way to go. If I had more time, I'd actually have you do it, but I'm gonna let you just take a picture of it. So you have an example of this. And I also have it as a BME. So I'm going to leave this so that you can actually take pictures before you leave of what it might look like for a BME versus what it would look like for a storyboard. The thing that I would like to say is when you're having kids go from a book to telling their own story, you guys, instead of making them come up with a brand new character, a brand new setting, a brand new problem, what I like to do is say, let's do book 2 of Dogzilla. So I say, all you have to do is think of a new adventure. So it's still going to be the same character. It could potentially be the same setting. The only thing that might change is that adventure. What else might have happened? So instead of having them just recreate their whole own story that's really hard with all those 8 components, have them do book 2 of something you've read. Authors, oftentimes I even show them, but authors will do book 1, and because it was such a hit, they'll do book 2 with the same character, but just a different adventure. So instead of making them write their own story made up however they want, let's just all create a book 2 of Dogzilla, give it a new title and a new adventure. Because then a lot of the information is already there for them, right? They know the setting, they know the volcano, they know the mice, they know the big cheese. They're just now just changing the adventure instead of having to change everything. Does that make sense, you guys? So another really good way to do this. All right, turn and talk, BME, storyboard, or both. Turn and talk. What are you going to start doing at the beginning of the year?
Yeah, and then, yeah, exactly. That's what happens.
All right, guys, did I fill your minds and brains and hearts up with a whole lot of stuff today? Okay, remember, we're gonna continue the work. When we meet in October, it'll only be a half a day, so you know how half a day goes really, really fast. What I would love for you to do is to bring back some samples or some evidence of what you've tried in the fall, for sure, so that we can share with each other what you did. So if you did a BME with a book of yours, please bring that and share with everybody. Or if you did a storyboard, please come and share that, because then we can take pictures of it and really help one another. That's how I like to operate, and I know that's helpful for you. If you're from one school and you have a lot of things you're asking for me, it would be easier for me if one person would send an email with all the things you are requesting with a please and thank you. That would be easier for me than having 7 of you from one school district or one school continue to ask me for all the things. So if you guys could kind of organize yourselves and say, do we have a list of all the things that I said I would share? If you would do that and give me one email from maybe one of you that you could then share with others, that would be helpful as well. Okay? Thank you for sticking out the whole day with me. You guys are fabulous. Take pictures. I'm here to answer questions. If you clean up your area, that would be great. Thank you guys so much. You were awesome.
Thank you, Yolanda.
You are so welcome.